United States Congress that it should play in response. So to the extent possible, we aim to reach a determination of whether China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are indeed forming a new axis that collectively presents a direct challenge to the United States, its partners and allies, and ultimately to the existing world order. And no matter whether or not it is proper to use the term as the relationship between these countries of axis, we will also explore steps policymakers should take to sharpen the tools needed to counter such cooperation. And I now turn the floor over to my colleague and co-chair for this hearing, Commissioner Aaron Friedberg.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stivers. Welcome. Thank you to all of our witnesses for participating in today's hearing. Cooperation among China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea has expanded significantly over the past 2 decades. And in recent years, it's become increasingly visible on the global stage. The question of whether these 4 states constitutes a formal axis has fueled debate, but the precise terminology used to describe their alignment is also, to a considerable degree, I think, irrelevant. Regardless of the label, the war in Ukraine has acted as a catalyst, intensifying the cooperation among these states and revealing the extent to which they actively support each other's repressive regimes and revisionist ambitions. Despite the absence of formal multilateral agreements or structured alliances, their actions demonstrate a pattern of clear, if still largely informal, coordination aimed at undermining the United States and its democratic allies while advancing their own strategic objectives. Understanding the evolving relationship among these 4 dictatorial regimes is central to grasping the extent and seriousness of the threat they pose to American interests, to the survival of an international order based on rules and principles rather than brute strength, and to the security and prosperity of all nations that rely on the continued functioning of that order. As its most militarily and economically powerful member, China plays a central role in shaping and sustaining this loosely aligned but increasingly cohesive grouping. While Beijing presents itself as a neutral actor in global conflicts, its actions, including supporting Russia's continuing aggression against Ukraine, tell a different story. These include, but are not limited to, the provision of arms and dual-use technologies. They extend to diplomatic backing, the use of propaganda and influence operations to divide democratic societies and weaken their governments, and the extension of economic and financial lifelines to states that have long been regarded as global pariahs. Through their alignment, these 4 states have developed complementary roles in their collective effort to erode U.S. influence, undermine prevailing international norms, subvert existing international institutions, and reshape the global distribution of power. The coordination among the members of this grouping is ad hoc, opportunistic, and in some cases covert. Unlike traditional military alliances, it does not rely on formal agreements or rigid structures, but rather on a shared desire to challenge U.S. influence and alter the status quo in their respective regions. While mutual mistrust, fears of manipulation, and concerns about excessive dependence no doubt exist among these countries, and it may impose a check on the extent of their collaboration, each continues to contribute in ways that exploit its own strengths and those of its partners. The result is a growing convergence of interests and a tacit coordination of policies that poses a multidimensional challenge to the United States and its allies. If left unchecked, this collaboration will result in further instability and could lead to a world more conducive to the survival and possible spread of authoritarian rule. In short, as this informal axis continues to evolve, recognizing and countering its impact must remain a top priority for the United States. The war in Ukraine has provided a clear view of the extent of this cooperation. How the United States chooses to respond will shape the geopolitical landscape for years to come. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses on these issues and on the steps Congress can take to mitigate these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedberg. So our first panel today will provide an engaging discussion on the extent to which China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are organized enough in their interactions to be effectively described as an axis. and the degree to which China serves as a key nexus of support for the autocratic regimes. We'll start with Dr. Andrea Kendall-Taylor. She is a senior fellow and director of Transatlantic Security Program at the Center for New American Security. Dr. Kendall-Taylor's testimony will evaluate the strategic interests driving China's collaboration with Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And next, we'll hear from Mr. Christopher Walker, the Vice President for Studies and Analysis at the National Endowment for Democracy. Mr. Walker will discuss the coordination of the Axis countries in international institutions and efforts to reshape global norms in favor of autocratic governance. And as an aside, Mr. Walker was the person who coined the term sharp power, which is now a regular part of the lexicon of international affairs, and a central idea to this hearing. And finally, we'll hear from Dr. Christopher Chivvis, Senior Fellow and Director for the American Statecraft Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Dr. Chivvis will discuss the internal tensions and limitations for cooperation among the four axis of autocracy countries. Thank you all very much for your testimony. The Commission is looking forward to your remarks. I ask that all of our witnesses please keep their remarks to 7 minutes. Dr. Kendall-Taylor, we'll begin with you.
Wonderful. Commissioner Friedberg, Commissioner Stivers, and distinguished members of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, thank you for inviting me to speak today about China and its role in what I call the axis of upheaval, a term that my colleague Richard Fontaine and I coined to describe the growing partnership between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I want to note at the top of my remarks that the world appears to be in a state of remarkable flux. There are seismic shifts seemingly underway. My remarks today reflect the research and analysis I have conducted over the last several years. However, many of the dynamics we are discussing today are likely to be shaped significantly by decisions and actions currently being carried out by the new administration. So with that aside, my overarching argument today is that the axis of upheaval matters for the United States and its allies because it amplifies the military capabilities of our adversaries, while at the same time diluting the foreign policy tools we have to confront them. And I want to spend a little time on each of those two broad points. On the military front, China, along with Iran and North Korea, have been critical enablers of Russia's war machine in Ukraine, allowing Moscow to sustain and prosecute its war in a way that would not have been possible without their backing. China, in particular, has been Russia's most critical lifeline. It has increased its purchase of Russian oil and gas, sending billions of dollars back into Moscow's coffers, and just as critically is sending vast amounts of technology, things like tools for tanks, propellants for missiles, turbojet engines, all enabling Russia to circumvent US and Western sanctions. But just as importantly as what Russia has received from its backers is what it's giving away in return, increasing the military capabilities and brazenness of America's adversaries. Military cooperation between Russia and China was already problematic before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. From 2018 to 2022, Russia supplied 83% of China's arms imports and played a meaningful role in the PLA's efforts to augment its air defense, anti-ship, and submarine capabilities. The joint military exercises between them have grown in scope and frequency and give Chinese officers valuable operational experience, helping them to offset one of the PLA's most significant weaknesses relative to the United States. I'd like to highlight one notable announcement that underscores just how rapidly the defense relationship between China and Russia is evolving. In September 2024, US officials announced that Russia provided China with sophisticated technology that will make Chinese submarines, quieter and more difficult to track. Such an agreement was nearly impossible to imagine just 2 to 3 years ago, given the highly sensitive nature of that technology. So I think that underscores just how quickly things are evolving. The same dynamic we see between Russia and China is now also playing out with Iran and North Korea. Both countries have a long wish list of technologies they would like from Russia, and if Moscow complies, it would increase the threat those countries pose to the United States. If this military cooperation deepens, it would produce new challenges for the US and its allies. Each of these countries will use their relationships to fill key gaps and shortcomings, making them more formidable and resilient adversaries. Their cooperation will move into new areas. Russia and China have stepped up their cooperation in the Arctic, including between their coast guards, and they're increasing their coordination in the hybrid domain. And their cooperation will enable them to increase their power projection by allowing each other basing and overflight rights. In July 2024, Russian and Chinese nuclear-capable bombers flew together into the Alaska Air Defense Identification Zone, which was only possible because of their deeper cooperation. It was the first time that Russian and Chinese planes took off from the same base. My second point is that the cooperation between these countries dilutes the foreign policy tools the US and its allies have to confront them. They're learning how to effectively circumvent US and Western sanctions. They're working to reduce their dependency on the US dollar, and by moving their transactions out of the reach of the United States, they dilute the efficacy of those Western-imposed sanctions. The axis of upheaval makes it harder to rally coalitions of countries to oppose their destabilizing actions. Beijing and Moscow have impeded Western efforts to isolate Iran. They brought Tehran into the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and then orchestrated an invitation for Iran to join the BRICS. And their parallel efforts in the information domain weaken international support for US positions. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, all four countries defended Russia's actions and parroted Kremlin talking points that NATO was to blame for instigating the war. The response to the October 7 Hamas attacks on Israel followed a similar pattern. I want to close by making three final points and recommendations. First, getting to a just and durable peace in Ukraine is the most urgent and impactful thing the United States can do to confront this axis of upheaval. It will deter China, isolate Iran, and take the wind out of North Korea's sails. It's tempting to imagine that if the US presses Ukraine to end the war and pursue a more pragmatic relationship with Russia, that Moscow's cooperation with members of this axis could lessen. But that is wishful thinking. Russia is committed to undermining NATO and pushing the United States out of Europe. Concessions made to Russia to end the war would only strengthen Russia's position to wage further aggression in Europe and to help its partners weaken the United States. Second, to effectively address China, the US must ramp up pressure on Russia, not cut deals. Once the fighting in Ukraine ends, Russia will have a significant percentage of its forces and budget freed to pursue destabilizing actions elsewhere, fomenting challenges that benefit far more than just Moscow. Russia has become the pointy end of Beijing's spear, willing to upend dynamics in key regions in ways that aid China's ambitions to undermine US dominance. And finally, while prioritization in US national security is important, so too is sequencing. To effectively address China, Washington must first set European security on the right path. The United States cannot simply hand off European security to a Europe that is not yet capable of managing the Russian threat. If Washington downsizes its commitment to Europe prematurely, Moscow could take it as a sign of growing US disinterest and use the opportunity to press ahead both directly and through the axis of upheaval it supports. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. Mr. Walker.
Co-chairs Friedberg and Stivers, distinguished commissioners and staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify on China's pivotal role in shaping in the international environment and how deepening cooperation among a group of repressive powers is supercharging authoritarian influence globally. This hearing is especially timely given China's role in leading and enabling the efforts by a set of ambitious authoritarian regimes to undermine democratic rivals, pioneer new techniques of social control, and carry out acts of aggression that threaten global security and stability. China's leadership over the last generation has invested heavily in projecting power internationally. Less obvious has been the extent to which China has used a web of relationships with other autocracies to enhance its leverage, where possible to achieve multiplier effects, and more generally guide the global rules of the road in a direction more friendly to the Chinese Communist Party's interests and preferences. And as Beijing deepens its strategic cooperation and coordination with countries that include Iran, Russia, and North Korea, China functions as the keystone that makes the authoritarian whole stronger than any single one of its parts. This development represents a comprehensive threat to the United States and other free countries. The ways in which autocratic powers have coalesced behind Russia's brutal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine puts the new situation into focus. A networked response from the community of autocracies has taken shape to back Moscow's war effort. Iran produces kamikaze drones. Belarus serves as a critical staging area for Russian operations. North Korea provides troops. Quite remarkable. If we were sitting here 10 years ago and someone said there'd be thousands of North Korean troops on the European continent fighting on behalf of Russia against Ukraine, it would have sounded preposterous. But this is what we're facing today. And China offers a full complement of support to Russia, ranging from diplomatic cover to putting the formidable Chinese global state propaganda machinery to work, pushing out Kremlin-friendly narratives. These acts of cooperation are driven in part by opportunism, yet there's a deeper story behind these regimes' cohesiveness and willing to work together, and we shouldn't suffer a failure of imagination regarding their ambition. These regimes are telling us what they want to do. Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, for example, have characterized the friendship between their countries as one with no limits. In Moscow in 2023, at another meeting between Xi and Putin, they pledged to drive changes the world has not seen in 100 years. And following the trend in May 2024, they pledged a new era of partnership between their countries. And a joint statement coming out of the meeting described a deepening of the strategic relationship to enhance military ties. While the deepening authoritarian cooperation in the military sphere stands out, it's important to recognize China's been investing in the wider world and building its web of global alliances over a protracted period of time, more often than not, in ways that rely on non-kinetic forms of influence. On this count, I'll briefly devote attention to the challenge in the context of international institutions and the technology sphere. Accustomed to protecting their power through the suppression of rights and freedoms at home, repressive regimes led by China are eagerly seizing opportunities to extend these practices globally. To such ends, Beijing in key respects relies on the exertion of sharp power, that's to say, efforts to achieve political advantage through the monopolization of ideas, suppression of alternative viewpoints, and the exploitation of partner institutions as a way to shape the global operating environment and influence the political dynamics of countries in one region of the world after another. Non-democratic governments are acting systematically to undermine and repurpose the infrastructure of organizations in the UN system, and beyond that set the rules, whether around human rights, economic development, and the development and use of critical technologies. Beijing's influence is particularly concerning in the tech domain. Here, on-the-ground control of digital infrastructure across Africa, the Indo-Pacific, and beyond by CCP-aligned companies such as Huawei functions in tandem with PRC efforts in the UN to legitimize norms of censorship, surveillance, and invasive social control. Through these dual streams of action, China is also fortifying its autocratic alliances. PRC tech companies help friendly autocracies to shore up their control at home, and governments increasingly reliant on PRC digital infrastructure themselves become reliable votes in international bodies. It's worth emphasizing that the CCP's efforts to subvert the guiding institutions of our international system in ways that undermine principles of transparency, rule of law, and freedom of expression take on particular urgency given the rapid diffusion of emerging technologies. DeepSeek has drawn the world's attention to China's rapid progress in the development of key technologies and the export of authoritarian norms, such as censorship of content about the Tiananmen Square crackdown, along with them. But DeepSeek represents only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the CCP's increasing influence over the networks that relay our digital communications, the platforms that shape our access to information, and, not least, the governance and surveillance technologies that governments worldwide are deploying in their cities. So what are the implications for free societies? At a basic level, any response to the global China challenge must take into account the essential importance of keeping pressures toward greater openness and freedom alive within China itself. But equally urgent is to recognize and counter the intensive, well-resourced efforts of China's present leadership, working in common cause with other repressive regimes to mainstream as a global norm the authoritarian practices that crush individual freedom in the name of an artificially imposed harmony. Civil society has a fundamental role to play in this regard. This is why the National Endowment for Democracy and its partner organizations have supported dedicated, courageous people on the ground who are standing up for their own freedoms and working in a systematic way to cut through the authoritarian, sophisticated, cross-border efforts to normalize censorship and surveillance, keep people divided and afraid, and cloak their moves to consolidate power in a web of opacity. Democratic systems need to recognize the challenges presented by the networked authoritarian grouping of countries. Unfree systems are mounting a concerted effort to undermine, weaken, and ultimately dominate free societies, which themselves must undertake a far more cohesive response that leverages the competitive advantages of free systems. A final observation: China is actively seeking to displace the United States as the world's most influential country. Such a world, were it to materialize, unquestionably would be one of diminished American stature, security, and economic opportunity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chivvis.
All right, thanks. Okay, thank you, co-chairs and members of this commission, for the chance to be here to testify on China's relations with Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Let me start by saying that there's no question that these nations are a threat to U.S. interests around the world. And there's also no question that their cooperation exacerbates this threat. But I think what's at stake here is how much does their cooperation exacerbate the threat? And my own assessment is that this cooperation has been greatly increased by the exigencies of the Ukraine war and could therefore diminish once the war ends. Indeed, I think there are several reasons to believe that it is likely to diminish and would like the United States to actively pursue the de-alignment of this grouping. At the core of what binds these states together is their common fear of American power and that of its allies. If you go back to the 1990s, you can already see that fear developing, for example, over the Kosovo War, and then, of course, Iraq, Libya, and other cases that these countries believe are indicative of an America that is unmoored from international law and a basic threat to their security. I disagree, of course, with that perspective. But they're not the only countries in the world that think this. And they have seen their relations with Washington deteriorate over the last decade and have naturally drawn closer together as a result. We were already seeing signs that Russia and China were working out their longstanding differences and forming an entente of sorts during the first Trump administration. China and North Korea obviously have longstanding cooperative relations of a kind. Russia and Iran also found themselves on the same side of the war in Syria after Russia intervened there in 2015. So this cooperation has been nascent for years. But Russia's attack on Ukraine has acted as a high-octane accelerant to the cooperation. The embarrassing failure of Russia's initial invasion forced the Kremlin to seek out military, financial, and political support from these countries, support that Russia has repaid largely in the form of military technology and energy. China, for example, has benefited from the cutoff of Russia's need to find new markets for its natural gas, and in return has sent Russia manufacturers that have helped it sustain the war. The fact that the great bulk of their cooperation has been spurred by the war should lead us to wonder how durable that cooperation is. In other words, we should be careful not to log roll these threats or project the trends of the last few years into the future in a simplistic way. That's not good analysis. And it robs us, the United States, of agency to shape the future, and it risks creating self-fulfilling prophecies. In fact, I see at least 5 important reasons to believe that the 4 countries' cooperation will attenuate once the war ends. First, the cooperation among these powers is not rooted in shared ideology. They're looking for concrete benefits from one another as a result of the war. They're all autocracies, but autocracy is not an ideology. During the Cold War, Marxism, Leninism predicted and even called for a revolution in the capitalist world. That's not what we have here. Second, cooperation among these states is almost entirely bilateral in character. Washington has begun to conceive of them as a group, but they're not. What we have is a set of 6 overlapping bilateral relationships, and I've actually tried to depict this graphically in the testimony that I submitted for the record. To say the least, this is nothing even remotely like the Warsaw Pact, much less NATO. Third, their cooperation is not institutionalized militarily. Now, you might see some institutionalization come out of the war, but right now it's still very weak. In other words, there's no equivalent to NATO headquarters, even a very, very weak version of it, that would bind these countries together when their interests collide. And that brings me to my 4th reason for thinking that their cooperation is weak. This is that their support to Russia's war covers over very real differences. For example, China has long sought to develop a closer relationship with the EU, but its relationship with Russia is an impediment to this strategic objective. China and Ukraine also once had a solid relationship, and in fact, I heard at the Munich Security Conference over the weekend from some senior Ukrainians that they'd like to return to that warm relationship once the war is over. 5th, once the war is over, China's fear that Russia might collapse will be alleviated, and that's one of the things that I think is driving its support to Russia during this war. And at the same time, the traditional threat that Russia poses to China's own border is likely to return. So all of this indicates that once the war ends, there should be opportunities to weaken this coalition, and the United States should seize them. The best way to do this, first and foremost, is to end the war. Second, it's to stabilize America's own relationship with China and avoid decoupling or a new Cold War. Without China, as some of my colleagues here have been noting, this coalition looks really weak. Indeed, it looks anemic, as I've also tried to depict in my written testimony. Now, there are strong reasons to prevent this coalition from hardening. If it were to harden, I think there are at least 2 major concerns that we should be worried about. First, nuclear proliferation, especially from Russia to Iran and North Korea. Russia and China have in the past, as you all, of course, know, supported non-proliferation efforts of the international community. But the incentives are changing, and the transfer of nuclear and advanced military technology would be a real problem, especially if it goes from Russia to Iran and North Korea, or as Dr. Taylor suggested it has, from Russia to China. Second, and of greatest concern to me as I look ahead to the future, is the possibility for opportunistic coordination in a crisis. If China attempts a military attack across the Taiwan Strait, for example, Russia might see an opportunity to attempt to take a slice of the Baltic states while Iran attacks Israel. If this happened, it would stretch American resources to the maximum and potentially beyond. So to conclude, there are real risks here, but we should avoid making straight-line assumptions about the trajectory of those risks. Most of these states' cooperation is contingent on the war in Ukraine. Their interests, while congruent, are not perfectly aligned, not by a long shot. Ending the war and stabilizing the relationship with China are therefore important strategic priorities for Congress and for America. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimonies. Let me start out by trying to frame the discussion as best as possible into the current context, again, even over the last week. This week, U.S. and Russian leaders met to discuss the war in Ukraine without our allies in Europe and even without Ukrainian government officials. I'd like to hear from each of the panelists. How do you think that Beijing is viewing what looks like a new partnership between the U.S. and Russia that even goes beyond the war in Ukraine? Are they threatened? Are they comforted in terms of their own ambitions, especially in Taiwan? And how does this change the dynamic between the Axis countries if the U.S. and Russia have a stronger relationship moving forward? Dr. Kendall-Taylor.
Thank you. I think it's my analysis that First of all, that the war, although the war in Ukraine has been a critical catalyst for this relationship, that this cooperation doesn't end with the war in Ukraine, in large part because Russia sees itself as being in a long-term confrontation with the West. It wants to weaken the United States, undermine NATO, and push the United States out of Europe. And therefore, it understands that it's less isolated and less vulnerable when it has the support of Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. So to bring me to your question, I think Putin and Xi have a deep, strong, and durable relationship. They've met more times than any pair of leaders in the world. Xi has referred to Putin as his closest and bosom buddy. I think that they have a deep understanding of the objectives that they are trying to accomplish. As Chris said, they are trying to bring about changes we haven't seen in 100 years. And so while there may be some nervousness in Beijing about exactly what's going on, given the state of the world of flux, my assessment would be that Russia will simply pocket any concessions that it gets from this administration, like sanctions relief, like the withdrawal potentially of U.S. troops from part of the eastern flank, to pocket those concessions and strengthen its position to continue to challenge the United States and to strengthen its partnership and their capabilities of the axis of upheaval.
Thank you. Mr. Walker.
So it's always hard to know what will happen in the future, but one thing we can look at is the past and the way the relationship between Xi and Putin in particular evolved. 2012 is a critical year. That's the year that Xi Jinping ascended to paramount power in the PRC. It's also when Vladimir Putin returned to power in Russia after the seat holder period when Dmitry Medvedev served as president. Putin returned. And Putin returned in a much more belligerent and aggressive posture. That was right around the time the relationship with Xi and Putin started to deepen. And by all accounts, they themselves and their principal lieutenants started having regular meetings. And this is now more than a dozen years of deepening the relationship. So I think it's also important for us to be circumspect about using February 2022 as the real catalyst for the deepening of that relationship. That relationship has been building for a far longer period of time. The assumptions about what engagement with today's Russia will bring us is really predicated on our likely ability, A, to prize Russia away from this deeper relationship with today's PRC. That's a big assumption. And also at the values and interest level, just looking at the values and interests that today's Russia and today's China share. In my written testimony, I talked about this as being a shared antipathy to principles of individual liberty, freedom of expression, and all of the things that Americans hold dear. And so I think this is fundamental to any assumption about how we might or might not prize Russia away from today's China.
Dr. Chivvis.
Really interesting point that you make, Commissioner Stivers. It was really striking to see Wang Yi on the stage at the Munich Security Conference looking almost happy at the chaos that was taking place over the course of the day before and that would continue really up until now. So I think it's pretty clear that when it comes to the transatlantic division that has emerged, China's pretty happy about it. This is a longstanding goal, I think, as you know, of Chinese strategy. I think on balance, China would be happy if the war ends, provided that Russia doesn't end in a Russian collapse, because I see that as one of their main concerns in supporting Russia in this war. And I think finally, insofar as they interpret what President Trump is doing as indicating that this administration is willing to do big deals, they may see that as an opportunity. I mean, certainly it's possible that from China's perspective, the idea that Trump is going to be willing to go beyond constraints that have existed in U.S. policy before could be something that they view as a positive.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedberg.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pursue this point about ideological commonality or convergence. I mean, it's certainly true that these countries don't share an ideology in the way that the Soviet Union and the People's Republic supposedly shared an ideology during the early stages of the Cold War. Of course, in that case, ideology became an issue that divided them. And it's possible that the lack of a formal common ideology could actually be a source of strength. Moreover, it would seem to me that, in fact, these countries are united by what I would call an anti-ideology, and that is anti-liberalism and a fear of liberal democracy, and that's what's driven their greater cooperation over a period of years. I think it preceded the war in Ukraine, and it seems to me likely to continue after. So I'd like each of you just to offer your further comments on this question of the existence or lack of an ideological glue that holds the members together. Dr. Kendall-Taylor.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point. And I think, if you would have, the common refrain is that these countries are united in what they stand against. But I think if you look closely, you're starting to see a much greater convergence in a shared vision for what a future world order could look like. And that's particularly true between Russia and China, the most important powers. So if you look closely, they share this idea of spheres of influence. All of them. Russia and China seek multipolarity. They share this notion of indivisible security, or the idea that one state's safety should not come at the other's expense, right? That was the justification that Putin gave for the invasion of Ukraine. And now that kind of language has found its way into China's global security initiative, the GSI. So they are using each other's language. So you can begin to see it's, state rights over individual rights. I think if you had asked me a year or two ago, I would have been hard-pressed to try to tell you what they agree on. But I believe the contours of a shared vision for a future world order are coming into sharper focus. They're beginning to take shape. And one important point is when you look at the history of these shifts between a single world order and a competing world order, the kind of the competitors at the beginning of that process are by definition aligned in what they oppose. They have to tear the existing thing down first. And it's only over a matter of years that these competing orders then begin to converge and agree on what a future world order looks like. And I believe that's kind of the stage, the process that we're in. So there is more overlap, I think, in what they would agree on for how a future international system should look and be ordered than there was just 1 or 2 years ago.
Thank you. Mr. Walker.
I think it's important, in the spirit of not suffering a failure of imagination, to recognize that these regimes have agency. I think there's been a tendency from open societies to say that these regimes have no agency, they're potted plants, they are simply objects. That's simply not true. And in a period where they're feeling emboldened and they're using their resources, including beyond their borders, in ways that is quite formidable, they're testing what they can exploit in the international system. And in the same way that it might have been incredible and we become inured to North Korean troops being on European soil, we also can't be inured to the fact that the leadership in Beijing and Moscow do not permit freedom of expression, political opposition, any challenge to their power. And so the state is dominant. The state comes first in every instance. And I would suggest that part of the ideological ambition is to have the state be dominant beyond their own borders, including in international bodies where you can see where independent voices try to make their voices heard, say, in the OSCE or the OAS or these sorts of bodies. Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, China in the UN work assiduously to have states have the only say in those settings. And this is something, in terms of individual freedom and fighting for freedom, we need to keep front and center in our thinking, because these regimes won't stop where they are today in the absence of a meaningful strategy to respond.
Thank you. Dr. Chivvis.
I think that the reason why the question of ideology matters is that it could be a source of durability among this coalition. Although, as Commissioner Friedberg pointed out, it might also not be. I mean, after all, you have nations with different ideologies that often align with each other. Just when I look empirically at these states, I mean, Iran is not animated by the same ideology as Russia. One is a religious theocracy, and the other is a secular nationalist regime. There's just no commonality there. And we could go through all of them, and there's going to be some commonalities in some places and some differences in others. But I agree that in the extent to which they are united in a general worldview, it is an anti-liberal worldview. But for me, that's different from saying that they share a common ideology which would animate them to act jointly and together. And I think when you look at that, the question of why do they have this anti-liberal worldview, it ultimately comes down to the threat that they feel, both from liberalism as an ideology that we in the West have, and also because they are concerned about American power, as I said in my opening remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Commissioner Goodwin, who's there on the monitor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my appreciation to the panel for their great testimony today. Dr. Kendall-Taylor, I want to discuss with you some of your recommendations for confronting this axis of upheaval, especially the recommendation you make to engage with what you refer to as the global swing state. Acknowledging that, as we just heard in the discussion prompted by Commissioner Friedberg's question, these groups are not wholly distinct. They're not bound together by a common ideology or institutionalized military blocs and the like, which makes it all the more important to compete against them individually all around the world, including in these nations you describe as global swing states, which you identify as Brazil, Indonesia, India, Saudi Arabia, and South America. My question is, how are we doing in that fight now? How are we competing in those global swing states today? And are we doing better in some places than others? And what can we do better? And additionally, what is the best approach? We've explored China's influence in regions around the world, and oftentimes commentators will have modest disagreement about the best approach for us to engage in those regions. Should we pursue a value-based approach or one based solely on economics? Should we pursue, again, the competition in ideological terms, emphasizing the importance of the rules-based international order, human rights, democracy, humanitarian systems, and the like, or simply dollars and cents? I would think that with some of those states you identify, shared values are not going to be capable of sustaining some of those partnerships. So if it's solely an economic competition, what's our capacity to compete on those terms, and what's the risk of doing so?
Great. Well, I also look forward to input from my panelists. But, I mean, how are we doing? I don't think we're doing particularly well. And I don't think it's something that we've really taken seriously. I would say, what should we not do? I agree that the values proposition is not particularly effective or appealing to many of these countries. And under the Biden administration, especially at the beginning, we had a framing of the world as democracy versus autocracy. And what we heard resoundingly from many of these swing state countries was that they didn't much appreciate that framing, and it wasn't something that appealed to them. I think we've also had a track record of telling these countries not to engage with countries like China, but then we have nothing to offer them as an alternative. And so that's another area that we've fallen short. I do think it's really critically important for us to recognize the deep discontent that exists in large swaths of the globe with the state of the current global order, looking at the kind of significant spike in demand and rush to membership of the BRICS organization, I think puts into clear focus that there are a lot of countries that are quite unhappy with the current state of the global order. And so I do think it's important that the United States think about what are the kind of key tenets of the global order that we have to keep, and are there some areas where we can make revisions, make adjustments, things that we can offer that helps alleviate and address some of the discontent. I also think kind of having a very clear-cut, directed kind of mode of engagement with these countries. I mean, our primary objective should be to deny advantage to the members of the axis of upheaval in these countries. We have to encourage them to choose policies that favor the prevailing order. And so in practice, that means using the full suite of our tools. We have to be using trade incentives, military engagement, our foreign aid and diplomacy are really critical to preventing these countries from aligning with other countries. We have to put a lot of pressure on these countries to prevent them from hosting Axis members' military bases, or to prevent them from allowing China and the Axis members to access their technology. So we really have quite a lot of things that we can do, but we have to rely on the full suite of our tools. Our foreign aid is a really critical piece of that in our diplomacy. And if we cede that space, then we should expect that these axis of upheaval countries will rush in to fill that void.
Just briefly, I think part of the challenge is that in crucial swing states, and relevant to something we were touching on a moment ago, the Chinese propaganda machine, often working in tandem with fellow autocracies, really is focused on the anti-part of the argument, assailing the U.S., assailing the credibility and the prestige of the U.S., assailing the reliability of the U.S. in often grossly distorted ways that has increasing traction in many parts of the world. I also think the idea of whether we pursue economics or values, they're not mutually exclusive. China uses economics as a vector to advance its own values, which often includes censorship and surveillance and the like. I think free societies, including the U.S., need to think hard about being engaged in ways where our values are at a competitive peak against what's now a very significant Chinese entreaty around the world. And maybe not to go into detail here, but China's use of secrecy and concealment as an integral part of its economic engagement is something that's been under-scrutinized and really deserves more scrutiny.
Thank you.
I would agree pretty strongly with what Dr. Kendall-Taylor said right there. I would just make one brief point about propaganda. We see a lot of efforts to use propaganda to bring the emerging powers over to the side of China and Russia. There's not much evidence that it's working very well, however, and I think that's important to bear in mind.
Commissioner Koiken.
Thank you very much. Mr. Walker, in your opening, you talked about social engineering, is I think the term you used. Can you just expand on that a little bit more about how we should evaluate that in the context of the tools that they're deploying and where they're deploying those tools?
So I think it's fair to say domestically, this is an ambition of the leadership of the CCP. We can look to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region as ground zero for that effort. They're also pursuing, the authorities are, such activities in Tibet. This is true across the PRC now, especially through technological advances. As we look at an increasing part of the world where PRC technologies are being adopted, often with inducements, sweeteners, state subsidies that give the PRC an advantage over companies operating from free societies, the mechanisms by which those technologies work are designed to condition people and to guide them in certain directions, certain ways of behaving. My colleagues and I released a report last week titled Data-Centric Authoritarianism, which goes into these issues in great detail. Frontier technologies that the CCP are now investing in have the possibility, it's not guaranteed, but the possibility to advance these ambitions for social control, moving in a sense from dumb to smart, I would argue, to sharp applications of these technologies to advance control of people's prioritization of issues and thinking, steering clear of issues. I'd note in the propaganda context, it's true it's hard to evaluate that, but I think what we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years is that very influential institutions and figures have seen fit to sidestep key issues relating to Taiwan, Tiananmen Square, Tibet, corruption in the upper reaches of the CCP in ways that wasn't happening 15 or 20 years ago. That is, I would say, a pretty successful effort by the leadership in Beijing to condition people in free societies to follow the preferences of the leadership in China.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I'm going to ask you a follow-up on the social engineering and then have a question for Dr. Taylor as well. how effective should we think, as we evaluate the social engineering space that you talk about, how effective is the axis at amplifying their narrative to overcome truth? That's the follow-up for you. And then Dr. Taylor, you talked about sanctions evasion. Can you just talk a little bit about how we should evaluate how this access uses the blockchain and crypto space to obviously to evade sanctions and other economic tools that the rest of the world might deploy against them? I'm just trying to, as we think through that space and evaluate recommendations we might make, I'd be really interested in your views on that.
So thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think what we've seen over the last decade or so is more intentionality among these regimes and their now formidable information capabilities. By some estimates, China's outward-facing communications investments eclipse $10 billion a year. It's very hard to know that definitively, but the people who follow this most closely feel that's at least in the ballpark. It may well be more. Russia doesn't skimp on those things. They prioritize information capabilities globally before they prioritize their schools and hospitals domestically. Increasingly, we see the narratives that are favored by these regimes that are unchallenged by other powers aligning, usually to be anti-postured against the US and other democracies. And in Latin America, just to use this example now, we see Telesur, which was Hugo Chavez's brainchild years ago, also aligning in ways with the narratives that are being pushed out at multiple levels through traditional media, social media, new forms of media from Chinese state media and Russian state media. And so it may be hard to definitively measure the precise impact of these things, but I think we have to be very careful not to underestimate their impact and say, therefore, we don't have to take meaningful action to respond, because it may well be that our strategic interests are being, our legs may be sawed out from under us before we even realize it.
Dr. Taylor?
Yeah, I unfortunately don't have a good answer for you. This is not an area of expertise, so I'd like to be able to come back to you and consult with colleagues at CNAS. We have Emily Kilcrease, who runs our economic security team. And so if you don't mind, I'd like to come back to you. Yep.
Commissioner Miller?
Thank you. In some of your testimonies, you go beyond the bilateral relationships and talk about the multilateral fora that China, Russia, and others are involved in. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, of course, BRICS. I'd be curious to all your views on how we should view these multilateral forums now and in the future. BRICS seems like an expanding acronym that has very little importance in the world right now. Shanghai Cooperation Organization has been around for almost 25 years, has done very little, but has added member after member year after year. What's the right lens to view these? Are they organizations that are going to become incrementally more important over the future? Are they going to become suddenly more important in the event of a war or a situation where the United States, gives up global leadership in a sudden instance? How should we view these organizations going forward?
Sure. My view on these organizations is that we should monitor them, but that they do not pose any major threat to the United States as they are right now. I mean, take the SCO, for example. I always forget India is a member of that organization, and it has, potentially the most to worry about from China, yet nevertheless finds it, of some value to cooperate and communicate with China on security issues through that. So I think there's very little to be concerned about, not that we shouldn't monitor it, obviously. BRICS, I think, was a bigger concern before it enlarged. I think enlargement of BRICS is going to make it much, much more difficult to manage, especially if it continues to grow in numbers, because the only way that it could potentially function with a larger number is if China takes a much stronger kind of hegemonic position, and I think a lot of countries will resist that. So again, I'd monitor it, but not be overly concerned about it.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I don't think we should overstate the role these institutions play. I think it's a signal and an indicator that China and Russia, for example, are keen to create alternative bodies. So in the Latin America context, the CELAC was created as an alternative to the OAS. And in many ways, the SCO, the Eurasian Economic Union, and such bodies offer alternative fora that can be a bit of theater, to say that there is an alternative to, say, the OSCE and the Council of Europe and the like. At the same time, my understanding is that they perform a valuable informal function when these countries get together to discuss their agendas, what they feel is important. In the SCO context, there have been indications that something akin to authoritarian international law is crafted by virtue of the preferences of the groups there. There's a scholar by the name of Thomas Ginsberg who's written on this, and it's provocative and persuasive to a degree. But in this respect, I think it's important to keep a close eye and not underestimate, but also not overestimate.
Yeah, I'll just add really 3 quick points. I mean, I think one of the fundamental purposes of these multilateral fora is the diffusion of norms. I mean, these are wonderful opportunities for Russia, China to socialize their worldviews, to convince other states and actors of their worldview. So, I mean, when you look at the international relations scholar on the role of regional and international organizations, that diffusion of norms, I think, is a really important one. And I think that, one broader point would be just because and we've heard there's an absence of kind of a multilateral structure in which they coordinate, I worry that we keep applying the wrong criteria, the wrong metric, just because their relationship doesn't look identical to the way that we have our alliances. There's no, we have a NATO headquarters, they don't. But I don't think for me that makes it any less potent or dangerous for the United States. And I feel like we fall into this trap of, well, their relationships don't look exactly the way our partnerships, therefore they're less meaningful, less durable, less consequential. I think that's really a danger. And then the final point that I would make is, I mean, I agree with Chris Walker that they are creating structures that eventually could become a viable alternative through the BRICS. They are working on de-dollarization. And I agree that it is highly unlikely that they would be able to replace the dollar. But again, that's setting a very high bar. And if we focus on this maximalist thing, we're missing the fact that they are diluting the efficacy of our sanctions. They are putting their economic transactions out of the reach of the US. So there are things that are still happening, even if it's not the most maximalist criteria, and so we need to be paying attention to and addressing those issues as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Price.
Thank you all very, very much for your excellent testimonies today. I want to start with Mr. Walker and your discussion in your testimony on international institutions and concerns. Do you have a triage list or a list of where you would start first if you were trying to focus attention in particular?
So much in the way that the leaders of Russia and China have been building their relationship over time, I think the effort to erode and chip away at the institutions that have been integral to the successful system we've had over a protracted period of time that's protected individual rights and freedoms. There'll be no quick fix for this, in my view. I think focusing on the ambition of China first and foremost, but followed closely by the countries we're talking about today, to shape the future of freedom through technology is really important. And China's working assiduously in all the relevant bodies and entities within the UN system in particular, but beyond it, to privilege the role of the state, to enable control. They're very adept at doing this. The China of today and their diplomats in these bodies is not the China of 2015 or 2010. And I think this is an area where we need both the diplomatic and official focus on the one hand, but also the ability to tell the story and educate those who need to understand these things better. They're often very complicated, esoteric issues relating to technology, and in that regard, you need capable, independent voices that can help animate the discussion and really explain what the stakes are in that context.
Could you connect the dots between your answer and a recommendation you would give to Congress on how to focus that attention?
So from my perch where I'm working, maybe I'll frame it in the context of what would have the most salutary impact in the larger picture rather than giving a specific policy recommendation. I think the momentum and the focus that's coming from the forces aligned against freedom, who understand the importance of technology to the future of freedom, that needs to be understood clearly. And the way we get that understanding is to have independent groups, civil society groups that can square these issues up, explain why it's important to prioritize the focus on safeguarding freedom, making sure that technology is not subsumed entirely through state decision-making in the way that the PRC would prefer to do it. So I would put it in those terms, Commissioner Price.
Thank you. Dr. Chivvis, I was looking at your policy recommendations in particular. The fourth one spoke to Iran. Specifically, Congress should support measures to limit U.S. exposure to Iranian threats in the Middle East. Can you expand on that a bit?
Happy to do that. I mean, I think that's in the context of my concern about the possibility of opportunistic coordination during a crisis that could expose the United States across multiple regions to pressures which would be extremely taxing for the United States to handle, potentially more taxing than we could. And in an effort to avoid that from a strategic perspective, it's a question of reducing vulnerability. And so it seems to me that the strategic importance of the Middle East, if you look at these three regions, has been declining, whereas the strategic importance of Europe is about steady and the strategic importance of Asia is rising. So to me, from that sort of 50,000-foot perspective, it suggests that if we have to triage between these three regions, the Middle East is the area where we ought to be looking to reduce risk and vulnerability in order to avoid this kind of cataclysmic scenario that I think we should be very concerned about were the cooperation among this coalition to deepen.
Is there a specific action that you would be suggesting Congress take?
I would reduce U.S. force posture in Syria and Iraq to begin with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all our witnesses. Really excellent statements, and appreciate the discussion so far. I think if I sensed any differences or tensions, it might have been, I'm not trying to create any problems, but on this question of durability, where Dr. Chivvis seemed to imply solving the Ukraine war would lead to attenuation of this axis. And I think Dr. Kendall-Taylor was suggesting that there's a lot of other cooperation developing in the midst of all this. I was really struck by your comment about the Arctic cooperation. I mean, this has traditionally been seen as a huge point of tension as the Russians watch the Chinese build all these icebreakers and the military technology transfer, partnership with no limits, but there has always been limits when it came to tech transfer and military security assistance. So I just wanted to draw you both out a little more on that, particularly as we're engaged in discussions to try to end the war on Ukraine. I'm concerned it's not going to be the just peace that you describe in your statement, the way things look right now to me. But if I could just draw you out a little more on this durability question and, where you think things go, assuming things are concluded in the Ukraine conflict, and, where do you see this 3-5 years, and what are the opportunities for us to, if it's attenuating, then, there's an argument for remaining relatively passive. If it's not, there's an argument for seeking ways to either counter it or to drive wedges. So if I could invite you both to draw out. And I have a question for Dr. Walker if I get to it on this round or maybe a second.
Okay. I mean, I think this is the hardest question to assess, is like how durable are these relationships? So we should put the uncertainty up front. It would be my assessment that this cooperation, particularly between Russia and China, will endure past the war in Ukraine, in large part because, at least from Russia's perspective, which is the side of the equation that I know better, they really do see themselves as in a civilizational struggle, an existential struggle with the West that wants to break Russia apart. And so it is plausible to me that if we strike a very bad deal over Ukraine, you could see a calming down. It could take some of the urgency out of the relationship. But my assessment would be, ending the war is not enough. And if we don't have a just and durable peace, I have no doubt that Putin will be rearming, re-equipping, and that he will retry, and we will find ourselves back in this place once again. So for me, this notion that we can drive wedges seems incredibly misguided given the deep relationship that is built up thus far. And I also believe that the costs and the risks that come with our ability to truly drive a wedge. What is it that Putin would be asking for? It's a reduction of sanctions, a withdrawal of U.S. forces from the eastern flank. Are we really willing to give Putin the resources and the space to sustain his aggression in Europe and protect, particularly against a NATO member? That would be, to me, the cost, the deal that Putin would look to drive. And so for me, the cost of this wedge driving strategy, while it may do something to temporarily diminish the level and the urgency of cooperation between Russia and China, it would create problems, in my view, that would be far greater to U.S. economic prosperity and security down the line.
So let me put my thesis in a slightly different way. If it were not for the war in Ukraine, I don't think we would be here in this room having this conversation. So that's one of the core points that I'm trying to make. That does not mean that if the war in Ukraine ends, the coalition is necessarily going to break up, but I see opportunities for the United States to seize the mantle, avoid a self-fulfilling prophecy, and try to attenuate these ties. There are real differences. I noted, for example, China has long wanted to have a sustained and better relationship with the EU. This war is making that extremely difficult. China, obviously, as we know now, was surprised at the extent to which Russia and North Korea are cooperating and has real reservations about that. And also, my view is that China doesn't, in the end, want to just be the head of this coalition with Russia, Iran, and North Korea. It wants a much greater role in the world. It wants to be America's equal on the world stage. And that the longer that this goes on, the more it's going to have difficulty in realizing what it really believes it's civilizationally entitled to in terms of world order.
Commissioner Sims.
Thank you all for your testimony today. Dr. Chivvis, I'd like to start with you on this one. As we look at the outcome, the potential outcomes of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and basically what would the final deal look like? We don't know at this point. But on the spectrum of outcomes, how impactful will where we land on that spectrum of outcomes be on China's assessment of a Taiwan contingency? And I want to preface your answers by saying, I hope you can assess it through that lens and not feel like anyone here is going to feel like you're making a value judgment about where on that spectrum that we land, but simply how would China assess that outcome when they start thinking about what they might want to do vis-a-vis Taiwan?
Commissioner, I'm among those who thinks we have to be very careful about assuming that China is drawing major lessons from the war in Ukraine for its own situation in Taiwan. I think that, certainly there's probably a list of 10 or 15 different factors that will affect China's thinking about Taiwan and whether or not it actually wants to conduct the extremely risky cross-straits operation or do something further down the scale of escalation. Factors like what's the political situation in Taiwan, what's the political situation in the United States, what's happening in Japan, what's the state of the global economy, where are U.S. forces postured. I think all of those are actually going to have a much larger impact on China's thinking about Taiwan than will the outcome of the war in Ukraine. Obviously, that said, some kind of a settlement which freezes the war along the current line of contact could potentially give China reason for concern, actually. You can't take half of Taiwan. That's one of the fundamental differences, I think, between the situation in Ukraine and in Taiwan. Of course, if the situation turns out with the United States abandoning Ukraine entirely and Ukraine being overrun by Russian forces, that could give some encouragement to China. But I think that has to be, again, viewed in the context of this larger set of factors that would shape Chinese thinking about whether or not to conduct any kind of an operation against Taiwan.
Thank you. Mr. Walker?
So I think fundamentally we have to think about whether deterrence has worked with respect to Russia's encroachment on Ukraine. So it didn't work in 2014 when Russia initially launched its attack on Ukraine. And it's an open question today whether it's working. I think the conclusions the decision makers in Beijing will make will be based on a whole host of factors relating to Ukraine. But I suspect that the leadership in Beijing does not want Ukraine to be seen prevailing at a minimum and would welcome a different outcome there as a way to justify what it would like to do in Taiwan.
I agree that there are myriad factors that will shape Beijing's calculus, and many of them, like balance of forces and other things, are likely to be more important. But I do think the way that this war is settled will be one of the factors that shapes Beijing's calculus. And if we're talking about an end to the war in Ukraine, that entails sanctions removal, bringing Russia back into the G8. I think the moral of the story for China is wait 3 years, and then you'll be brought back in from the cold and the world will move on. And I think that's a really dangerous lesson. I think another important thing that they can learn is that there maybe is, particularly if it happens in the next 4 years, that there's a deal that can be done. Offer some economic incentives. If the United States gets something nice out of it, then maybe President Trump would be willing to accept a spheres of influence kind of move on China's part. So I actually think there's some very dangerous lessons that will be learned if there is the type of deal that looks to be taking shape.
Thank you all.
Thank you. With everyone's indulgence, we'll go through some other questions that the commissioners will have kind of in an ad hoc way. So if you have other questions, just let me know. We'll start with Commissioner Friedberg.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Chivvis, I want to ask you a question which I realize is slightly unfair, so I hope you won't take offense at the way I framed it. I'm not accusing you of saying this, but it would seem to me that if the reason that these countries we've been talking about have increased their cooperation and become more cohesive is, as you've suggested, two things. One, the growth and exercise of American power, but also America's commitment to liberal democratic values, which threaten each of these regimes in its own way. If we wanted to reduce the cohesion of this grouping, if that was really our principal objective, wouldn't it then make sense to draw back from the kind of global role we've taken on over the last decades and reduce our commitment to liberal democratic values? If our goal is to reduce the cohesion of this group, that would seem to be the formula.
I mean, I think on a very general level, what you're suggesting is true, but of course the devil is in the details, and the specifics of how you went about doing that would be extraordinarily important. I mean, I think the point that I'm making is that, again, as I think we all agree here, China is the key part of this coalition, and without China, this coalition just looks anemic. So anything that we can do to demonstrate, obviously, keeping in mind America's vital interests and values to China, that there is another option, I think would help to attenuate these ties. I think the end of the war in Ukraine is the moment to try to do that. And I understand it's not easy to do, but strategically to me, that's what makes sense. Okay,
thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Kendall-Taylor, you've commented on this already, but I would like to hear more of your views on it. As you know, one of the arguments that people have made recently about efforts to improve relations with Russia is that this might somehow enable us to do a reverse Kissinger, to draw Russia away from China. I'd like to ask each of you for your views on the prospects, in fact, of driving a wedge between Russia and China. Is that possible? Would improvement in relations between the United States and Russia accomplish that objective? Maybe, Mr. Walker, we could begin with you.
So I think given the depth of the relationship that's emerged between Russia and China, as we've discussed over the course of the last hour or so, we really have to make sure that our assumptions are grounded in some basis for that to materialize. So much of the evidence in terms of the alignment between Russia and China suggests it will be very difficult to do so. Part of the challenge is, I think, taking our mindset and viewpoint from the way we may have looked at things during the Cold War or even 10 or 15 years ago. One of the common refrains was that these kinds of relationships were marriages of convenience. And that was often an easy way to say they'll only be temporary, or they're very superficial, or it's impossible they could be deepened. But what we've seen in recent years on so many different levels, in so many different domains, the information domain, the technological domain, the military domain, the ideological domain in the ways we've discussed, that there's actually been a deepening of that relationship. And so what it would take for the United States to meaningfully prize Russia away from China today, I think that cost and price would have to be understood quite clearly.
Thank you. Dr. Kendall-Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just repeat my points was really, I mean, I couldn't agree more with what Chris just said. I think that, we've already seen some of the demands that Russia is making over Ukraine. It will include sanctions removal. It will include the withdrawal or the rolling back of U.S. forces from NATO territory. I mean, they're talking about rolling U.S. forces back to the 1997 or even 1990. So essentially, Putin is asking for the time and the space to reconstitute his military. The Russian economy is on a wartime footing. They're talking about growing the size of the military to over 1 million. The objectives that Putin holds to undermine the United States, to undermine NATO, and get the U.S. out of Europe are quite clear. And so the bargain that he would be driving would amount to kind of the destruction, I would argue, of our NATO alliance. And I think it would amount to creating conditions that would be more conducive for Russia to expand aggression, including against a NATO member. So those would be the costs. And so in that case, I don't think there's a cheaper deal to be made. And so in that case, it's very unwise, I think, to try to peel Russia away from China.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Chivvis.
I mean, I do think that, there are ways that we can try to attenuate the relationship. I mean, I've noted a number of areas in which Russia, China, and the other members of this coalition don't share common interests. I think we should play on those differences of interest. And one of the most important to me is the difference with regard to the European Union. As I've said, stabilizing and even deepening its relationship with the European Union is a key strategic objective of China. I think that the United States can use that desire. It's become more difficult over the course of the last year for a number of political, economic reasons, but I think there are still opportunities to use that desire to try to, to draw China away from Russia.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kuiken.
Thank you. I'm going to put two questions to the panel. I'll just bang out both questions, then you guys can take your time answering. We've talked a lot this morning about Iran, Russia, and China. We've not talked much about North Korea. I'd be interested in just sort of hearing your views specifically on North Korea and how we should be evaluating that in the context of this, this axis. And the second question for the panel is, we've talked a lot about the multilateral institutions that the Russians, Chinese, and others have created and attempted to leverage. We haven't really talked about the institutions like the OSCE, the OECD, OSCE, WHO, and some of the other UN multilateral organizations, and how we should evaluate both our contribution and role in those organizations and sort of the role of this axis in those institutions, and whether or not we should consider changes or evaluate these organizations differently in the coming years.
I'm happy to start with the international organizations.
And all three of you should answer both questions.
So Commissioner, perhaps I'll start with the multilateral regional organizations. I think two big trends have occurred over the last quarter century. One is, I'll use the OSCE as an example. Authoritarian powers that are member states of that body have worked pretty assiduously to try to shape the decision-making and the rules in ways that favor their interests. This is true, for example, in things like election monitoring. So the Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, the ODIHR within the OSCE, has been a focal point of the Russian government, the Belarusian government, the Azerbaijani government, and so forth, in ways that isn't consistent with international election observation norms. And they go after the budgets of the personnel in those bodies and so forth and so on. That's just one example. Similar things happen in the OAS over time with countries such as Nicaragua, Venezuela, and the like before their status has been adjusted. That's happened concurrent with the creation of alternative bodies. So it's been a 1-2 punch of trying to minimize or hobble the institutions that many expected to carry the standard coming out of the 1990s, while creating these alternative bodies that are, to the best of their ability, shaping norms that are not consistent with, I would argue, standards of democratic accountability, freedom of expression, and individual freedom. The big question is who sets the rules in the end? And I think the challenge is many of these institutions, including the UN, have evident drawbacks and problems. There's no question about it. But if we're not competing and engaged, the fact of the matter is China and other such countries are in there shaping the rules, including on issues like technology. So I think we need to take a step back and really think about how to marshal our focus in ways that works to the best of U.S. and, I would argue, free society's interests. So I'm not a North Korea expert, so I won't go into great detail. I might just reiterate what I said before. If someone had said 15 years ago, 10 years ago, had on their bingo card, North Korea will have thousands of troops on the European continent, it would have sounded preposterous. But in a sense, we can't become inured to how incredible that is today. And I think that's probably the biggest takeaway I would offer.
I guess the piece on North Korea, I would add, I think it's a perfect microcosm of this argument that these countries are using their relationships to fill key gaps and vulnerabilities that they have in their own countries. And so it's not just the 10,000 to 12,000 fighters. It was, all of the ammunition, the ballistic missiles. But now there's reports that North Korean workers are showing up in Russia to fill construction jobs and other things because Russia has a labor shortage in the civilian sectors of its economy. And so now they're importing workers. So they're able to use these relationships to make them less vulnerable, more resilient in many important ways. And obviously the sanctions evasion has been key. It's not just North Korea helping Russia, but Russia has released millions of dollars that had previously sat frozen in bank accounts according to UN regulations. Russia has released those funds. We know North Korea has a long list of technologies, Russian technology, that could help North Korean missiles be more accurate and survivable. They want submarine technology that would also that would help their nuclear-powered subs. And so again, it's just, they're greater than the sum of their parts. They're amplifying the challenges that all of these countries pose to the United States. And it is increasing the provocativeness, the brazenness of these leaders. So now North Korea, with the backing of both Russia and China, has torn up its peace agreement for the peaceful reunification of the continent. They've done their missile testing. And so, and if they were to get more Russian support on the conventional military, it then would allow them, I think, to increase their provocations on the peninsula. And the thing that we have to be working about, Dr. Chivvis talked about the simultaneity issue. If there were a contingency over Taiwan, what would North Korea do? In that. It is now starting to complicate U.S. planning. We have to plan for new contingencies that I think that we didn't have to before.
If I may, just to take... Dr.
Taylor, do you have anything on the multilateral organizations?
Thank you. Just to to step back and give you my sort of big picture view on the question of world order here. It's often said that these countries don't want to have a rules-based world order, that they're trying to overturn the rules-based world order. Maybe that's true for Russia. I don't think it's true for China. China wants a rules-based world order. They just want somewhat different rules than those that exist today. And so I see their project as a project of trying to reform and revise the rules of the international system. That's going to bring them into conflict with the United States in a lot of ways, to be sure. But it's an important distinction, I think, to make, because many countries around the world, like it or not, share that ambition for some kind of a revision to the existing world order. And so I think we have to be careful when we look at international institutions to distinguish between things that China is doing individually within these institutions in order to pursue its vision of a revised world order and cooperation among these four states in particular. As I tried to imply at the outset of my remarks, these four states are all adversaries of the United States that create problems for it. But what we're really talking about in this particular analysis is their cooperation and how much that cooperation actually furthers their objectives. And I think when you get down to the question of world order, sure, China is leading the way. They have some different views, and the actual extent of their cooperation empirically within these institutions may not be as great as it sometimes is made out to be.
Can I add just one little point, and it's something we haven't really addressed, which is it's a broader point. What we've seen in China is the personalization of power. The Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping looks a lot closer to the Putin regime in Russia than it has in a very long time. And there is a wonderful body of political science research that talks about when leaders personalize power, they tend to become more accepting of risk, more prone to miscalculation. And so I guess my concern is that although it has been up to this point very true, the conventional wisdom has been that China benefits from a rules-based international order. It wants to rise from within. But I think we have to constantly check that assumption and understand, as Xi is increasingly surrounded by yes men and sycophants, will we see the same kind of dynamic that we saw in Russia begin to evolve in China? And if we do see a Xi Jinping that becomes more accepting of risk, well, then his relationships with Russia, Iran, and North Korea become ever more valuable and enable him to, I think, take on greater risk in world affairs.
Commissioner Shriver.
Thanks. Yeah, there's just one question I wasn't able to get to. I was going to address it to Mr. Walker, but other thoughts could be welcomed. The Chinese have objected strenuously to this idea of axis of authoritarianism or axis of any kind. They don't like it. They have said that from the podium, official channels. They say that sitting across the table in track 2s, track 1.5s. Now, to me, that's enough reason to keep saying it. But I think we should understand why. Is it that they think we're grossly overstating the degree of cohesion and cooperation? Do they want to obscure it and not be called out on it? Do they want the Russia relationship, but they don't want the Russia-DPRK relationship? Just thoughts on why the Chinese object so much to this term and the impact of continuing to use it.
It's a wonderful question, Commissioner Shriver. My guess is that it doesn't align with the meta messages that the CCP is projecting out to the wider world. There's been a slight change in recent years, I think, from some of the main messaging that often embedded the word democracy in the external utterances coming from main propaganda channels. China with democracy with Chinese characteristics and the like, that's actually been suppressed in the recent past, and you hear a much more strong willingness to talk about the benefits of one-party rule and the efficiency of one-party rule. The Tanzania Political Party School that China helped underwrite actually promotes these sorts of ideas to hundreds and hundreds of African students. And so I suspect it's wanting to have the cake and eat it too. The functional value of having this lattice work of authoritarian powers that are helping each other, reinforcing each other to the degree it benefits them, really valuable in practical terms. This label, for those who use it, of an axis of authoritarianism, not so good. Perhaps, as you suggest, that's more of a reason to kind of test why it isn't the case and have a good debate on that in the way we're doing here. But my guess is that's what the leadership and the propaganda decision makers in Beijing are agitated by.
Mr. Walker, your organization, the National Endowment for Democracy, was created in the vision of Ronald Reagan in his famous Tear Down This Wall speech. NED has supported reformers around the world pushing back against these Axis countries in particular, and especially China. NED has been under attack here in the United States in recent days, and the funding has even been suspended, despite strong support by Republicans and Democrats in Congress, and despite being funded and established in law. Mr. Walker, I'm going to throw you a softball here. Why is NED so important in pushing back on China and the Axis countries, and should Congress be pushing back on support for NED?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Stivers. I'd first of all say that NED welcomes the review that's underway and looks forward to that. I'd also say that we are, as this hearing has indicated, in a period of intense competition with a host of countries that don't share the values of the U.S. in any meaningful way. That's true for every country under discussion. It's particularly true for the PRC, which has global ambitions to reshape, if not change the global order, certainly to recast it in a meaningful way that does not privilege individual freedom and the rights of people anywhere, whether it's within the PRC or beyond its borders. The work that we do and the courageous people we support are working to ensure a world of that kind does not materialize. And we support truly amazing people in and around China, in all of these autocracies where the leadership is focused on ensuring people don't get to enjoy the rights that we as Americans are so blessed to have. And so I would suggest that this kind of support, whether it's for my organizations or other like it, is actually quite critical in the context of the global competition in which we find ourselves today.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Thank you to the witnesses. Very appreciated this timely and important discussion. We'll begin back at 11:50 for the second panel. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our next panel will examine the efforts of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea to evade sanctions and what these actions mean for the effectiveness of U.S. policy and the U.S. tools of economic statecraft. We'll start with Ms. Kimberly Donovan, Director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative at the Atlantic Council. Ms. Donovan will describe the United States' economic statecraft strategy against this group of countries and how China's support impacts the success of these measures. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Elena Rybakova, non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Ms. Rybakova will examine the China-Russia economic relationship, particularly how it's expanded since sanctions imposed regarding the war in Ukraine. Then we'll hear from Mr. Anthony Ruggiero, Non-Proliferation and Biodefense Program Senior Adjunct Fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Mr. Ruggiero will describe how China is aiding Iran and North Korea in evading sanctions and export control programs targeting weapons technology. Thank you all very much for your testimony. The Commission is looking forward to hearing your remarks, and I would ask that all the witnesses please keep their remarks to 7 minutes. Ms. Donovan, we'll start with you.
Commissioner Friedberg, Commissioner Stivers, and members of the Commission, it is an honor to speak with you today about China's role in the axis of autocracy and specifically economic linkages and sanctions evasion. While I'm currently employed by the Atlantic Council, I am providing my testimony in my personal capacity. The views I express today are my own and do not represent those of the Atlantic Council. My testimony draws from a body of research my team and I have conducted at the Atlantic statecraft tools targeting Russia and our assessment that China is enabling Russia as well as Iran to circumvent and evade Western sanctions. We have coined this network the axis of evasion. My testimony also draws on my prior experience as a career civil servant in the U.S. federal government for 15 years in the intelligence community, the Department of the Treasury, the National Security Council, and most recently head of intelligence at FinCEN. I spent my career in national security following the money of illicit actors, terrorists, and rogue states to safeguard the U.S. financial system from abuse and protect the American public from harm. My experience has informed my understanding of sophisticated money laundering techniques and my perspectives on how U.S. adversaries work together to take advantage of the global financial system and evade U.S. sanctions. The United States and many of its Western partners have levied significant sanctions on Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Being sanctioned by the West is one of the few things these rogue states have in common. Sanctions severely restrict these countries' access to the U.S.-led global financial system, limit their ability to trade in commodities, generate revenue, and import sophisticated technology. Many Chinese individuals and entities are also sanctioned by the United States and its allies. When the United States closed the proverbial front door to the global financial system, China opened the back door to these countries to transact and conduct trade, often outside the reach of U.S. sanctions and monitoring authorities. Against this backdrop, my testimony today focuses on 3 key areas. First, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have constructed elaborate systems to evade U.S. sanctions. Second, third country procurement networks enable these sanctions evasion systems. Third, these systems have limitations that may present opportunities for U.S. action, and I will conclude my remarks with a set of policy recommendations for consideration. First, I'd like to briefly discuss the elements that create the systems for sanctions evasion used by China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, starting with the shadow fleet, which is a key tool of sanctions evasion. Russia, Iran, and North Korea use a network of old and poorly maintained tankers to transport sanctioned oil and goods while evading sanctions and maritime regulations. These ships frequently change flag registrations and obscure their ownerships, allowing billions in illicit trade. Alternative currencies and payment systems provide another mechanism for sanctions evasion. China's opaque financial system provides Iran, Russia, and North Korea the opportunity to launder the proceeds of oil exports by facilitating payments in renminbi and bypassing U.S. dollar and financial system. Further, Russia has been working to integrate SPFS payment system with China's SIPs to facilitate cross-border payments, while Iran and North Korea use Chinese money laundering networks and witting or unwitting Chinese banks to access global markets. Meanwhile, complex money laundering networks facilitate Iran's movement of oil revenue through front companies, financial facilitators based in Hong Kong and the UAE, and opaque banking channels to convert RMB to more usable currency. Separately, North Korea uses Chinese and UAE-based intermediaries to launder its ill-gotten gains from cybercrime. We are also seeing Hong Kong increasingly become a hub for sanctions evasion. China's influence over Hong Kong and the region's financial opacity allows shell companies and Chinese bank subsidiaries to provide access to the global financial system for sanctioned Russian, Iranian, and North Korean actors, potentially leveraging offshore interbank US dollar clearing systems. Finally, barter trade among sanctioned regimes allows Russia, Iran, and North Korea to bypass financial restrictions by exchanging goods and weapons directly. Russia allegedly trades food and oil for North Korean weapons, and while Iran and China engage in barter transactions involving food, oil, and manufactured goods. The second point I'd like to discuss is the involvement of third country procurement networks. While China plays a key role in sustaining these sanctioned economies, third countries help them stay afloat. India, Malaysia, and the UAE, as examples, facilitate sanctions evasion by serving as transshipment hubs and financial facilitators for Russia, Iran, and North Korea. For instance, Russia's rupee surplus from oil sales to India created the environment for India to emerge as a primary transshipment hub and the second largest provider of sensitive technology to Russia after China. Finally, while these countries have developed complex sanctions evasion mechanisms, they are not without limitations. China's reliance on US dollar markets for now make it vulnerable to secondary sanctions and financial pressure, limiting its ability to support sanctioned states indefinitely. Further, complex money laundering schemes are costly and susceptible to disruptions and enforcement actions, while shadow fleet operations pose environmental and legal restrictions and risks that could justify broader international enforcement actions. To conclude my remarks, I would like to offer the following recommendations to address the challenges I described. Congress should direct the administration to develop a comprehensive national security strategy and economic statecraft approach that accounts for the economic and financial ties between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and considers these states as a network of actors. The strategy should include both punitive as well as positive measures to drive a wedge between these rogue states and the third countries that enable their activity. To inform this strategy, Congress should fully resource the departments and agencies responsible for collecting and analyzing financial intelligence to assess the financial connectivity among these states and those responsible for sanctions enforcement investigations. Congress should direct the administration to strengthen multilateral coordination on China's involvement in sanctions evasion by enhancing information sharing and encouraging joint investigation with foreign partners into money laundering and illicit trade networks operating in China. Congress should request the Secretary of the Department of Defense, in coordination with the Federal Reserve and other competent authorities, to assess offshore interbank US dollar clearing to determine if they are being used to circumvent US sanctions and offer recommendations to the Federal Reserve to increase transparency. Congress should direct funding towards anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism capacity building within the United States and abroad to strengthen the resilience of the global financial system. This includes working with India, the UAE, and Malaysia to reduce their role in facilitating sanctions evasion and encouraging Chinese authorities to identify and weed out illicit financial schemes within its financial system or risk secondary sanctions as they relate to Russia and Iran. While I understand Congress may already be considering this, I would like to request that Congress request the executive branch to assess the environmental risk and piracy risk associated with the shadow fleet and offer recommendations to leverage international maritime law and safety regulations in coordination with European allies to justify seizing high-risk vessels linked to sanctioned oil. By combining financial, economic, legal, and intelligence and diplomatic tools, the United States can increase the cost and risk for China's participation in sanctions invasion while disrupting the financial lifelines Russia, Iran, and North Korea have come to rely on. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rybakova.
Thank you so much. Honorable members of the Commission and esteemed staff, it's an honor to be presenting here today. I'm presenting my work here from more than 15 years in the financial industry and then also 10 years at the International Monetary Fund and most recently at the think tanks Peterson, Bruegel, and Kiev School of Economics. Some of my work is joint work with my colleagues, and I'm sure you also will be increasingly more familiar with that work. So there are several key messages that I would like to deliver. The first one, that the relationship between Russia and China has indeed changed dramatically in recent years, particularly after the beginning of the full-scale invasion on Ukraine and the imposition of sanctions on Russia. If you think about Russia and China, that should have been working already more closely before, but the relationship has exploded in recent years. So now China is the largest trade partner for Russia, now moving aside Europe and becoming the largest trade partner for Russia. The issue, however, here is that the relationship is symbiotic but deeply asymmetric. So if China now accounts for more than 34% of whole trade turnover, imports and exports for Russia, Russia accounts only for 4% of trade turnover for China. So it's a very small partner for China, but not always an insignificant one. However, for Russia, China is the most critical enabler. Without China, Russia wouldn't have the revenues, and my colleague Kimberly has talked here about, we can elaborate later, and neither would have the critical components for its war machinery to continue to war in Ukraine and also to undermine the rules-based global order. However, the relationship between the two is not without limits. And again, my colleague already highlighted that here, but China is not fully embracing Western sanctions, but at the same time, in the way of the financial sector sanctions, it's very careful not to cross the red lines. Putin and President Xi have recently announced that more than 90% of trade between Russia and China is done in local currencies, in ruble and yuan. Nonetheless, in 2024, we have seen a slowdown in trade and some months even a reduction in trade between the two countries because they were looking for schemes for sanctions evasion. And this is already after a lot of the settlement has been happening in local currencies. Nonetheless, they need the Western-based, the US-based payment systems to be able to circumvent sanctions, and they are struggling to find them. As you have discussed in the earlier session, BRICS is not very interested in embarking on this kind of alternative payment systems. So there are indeed limits. The other limit is also from the Russia side. Now yuan is the largest currency on the local market, foreign currency in Russia. It is on the exchange and also over the counter. But at the same time, it exposes Russia to a currency that is severely under capital controls, where we have ambiguity about the balance of payments of Chinese data, and it's fully at the mercy of Chinese authorities. So Russians themselves are beginning to worry about this exposure, the excessive use of yuan, which is a very highly controlled, not very liquid currency for Russia as well. So we should not forget that the challenge posed by Russia and China to the rules-based international order is a joint concerted effort. Russia has now become severely indebted to China. So if, for example, we were to approach Russia now, if there would be a settlement in Ukraine and maybe some relief of sanctions, you could quickly find yourselves in a situation where Russia would be supporting China for sanctions circumvention. So they are working together. And for China, Russia is providing an important tool to promote renminbi internationalization, or maybe also to undermine some of the global systems. For China, Russia is an important test case for sanctions and export controls. It's not only us here investigating the export controls on Russia, but China is also looking for practical ways and using Russia as a test case to find these alternative systems. So my key recommendations for this commission and for Congress are three-way. The first one, and again, my colleagues started talking about, is the energy sanctions. Energy revenues account for more than 30% of Russia's federal budget. And the reason they've been so successful in financing the war is because China and also India have increased purchases of Russian oil. Russian oil to China rarely goes below the oil price cap because we don't have the reach, partially because of the shadow fleet, but partially because of difficulties in implementation of the oil price cap. We could look into the solution where US, as the large energy producer and exporter, could look to substitute away Russian oil from the market. We've seen alarmist conversations about what $1 or $2 million barrels per day could do to the market, but indeed, with the higher production from the US and potentially its partners, it could potentially fully replace Russian oil. Also, at the lower level of oil price cap, Russia can continue to export because their cost of production is in the 20s. And therefore, it would still be profitable for them to have a price cap at 60 or 50 even. The second one is we need to focus on examining Russian sanctions as a test case for any further application of sanctions. Russia is not an ideal proxy to China, just like Iran was not an ideal proxy to Russia's sanctions analysis, but nonetheless, that's what we have. Russia is highly integrated into global markets, and it gives us an important test case. We are doing this analysis, and China is doing this analysis. So in this respect, it's particularly important to focus on export controls. Export controls, because China is helping Russia to evade export controls. Therefore, if indeed we would bet to change or ease off Russia's application of export controls on Russia, we would see potentially Russia helping China to evade export controls. And I would present you the same wonderful charts I have in my testimony. I will just change the country names in those charts. And finally, we should continue to leverage the primacy of the US and based financial systems. This is not just about the use of the dollar. It's about the critical node that the US and other countries are still controlling into the global payment systems. That is often misunderstood. It's not just about the use of the dollar and dollar clearing, but it's also about the payments, the messaging systems that we can use. And as the example of Russia-China relationships, particular difficulties in 2024 in settling trade show that this power of the financial sanctions remain still largely intact. And with that, I would like to conclude and just remind you that it's indeed a joint effort between these two countries. They're very close. It is an asymmetric, but still a symbiotic relationship. And if we were to ease off, just like the two vessels that communicate with water, if we were to ease off on one, it is likely to pop up in the other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ruggiero.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Hearing co-chairs, distinguished commissioners and staff of the commission and fellow panelists, it is an honor to participate in today's hearing. My testimony is informed by my work over 20 years in the U.S. government on sanctions and proliferation issues at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, the Departments of State and the Treasury, as a foreign policy fellow for former Senator Rubio, and in the White House National Security Council, where I served as director for North Korea from 2018 to 2019, and then deputy assistant to the president and senior director for counterproliferation and biodefense from 2019 to 2021. During my career in the U.S. government, I led a State Department team that drafted sanctions packages, participated in negotiations with North Korea and its requests for sanctions relief, and addressed China's cooperation and at times lack of cooperation on proliferation issues. In my written testimony, I provided an example of how discussions over the North Korea nuclear issue have been dictated by the Kim family regime's playbook. The regime has generally used the same playbook since 1994, expand its nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs, use missile launches and nuclear tests to create a sense of urgency, and then negotiate a reduction in sanctions pressure. In most instances, American presidents of both parties have played along. Kim Il-sung, the country's founder and grandfather of the current leader, used it with former President Bill Clinton. Kim Jong-il, the current leader's father, used it with former Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama. And Kim Jong-un, the current leader, used it with Obama and tried the same playbook with President Donald Trump. This playbook benefits from China's consistent and substantial support of the Kim regime. Even during times where the Chinese Communist Party supported strong United Nations sanctions against North Korea, Beijing violated those same sanctions almost immediately after their adoption. In my written testimony, I detail how recent sanctions by the Biden administration show that China is still supporting North Korea. The support takes many forms, but the most concerning is providing Pyongyang continued access to the international financial system to conduct illicit financial activities. We've been here before. After President Obama largely ignored North Korea's activities for the first 7 years of his presidency, his administration targeted Chinese companies and individuals helping North Korea. President Trump expanded that effort, targeting the financing of these activities. Specifically, in 2017, he ended Bank of Dandong's access to the U.S. financial system because it provided North Korea access to the U.S. and international financial systems. It is important to reinforce that before this action took place, and frankly since then, there is a prevailing view that addressing the role of Chinese banks in North Korea's sanctions evasion could not and should not be done. Bank of Dandong was the 148th largest financial institution out of 196 in China at the time, but it had outsized influence. It conducted over $2.5 billion in US dollar transactions from May 2012 to May 2015. We need to return to a similar mindset and develop a strategy to address China's actions. Beijing cannot continue to support North Korea's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile activities by providing Pyongyang access to the international financial system. In my written testimony, I also recommended that Congress should conduct oversight of its North Korea sanctions laws that it passed by bipartisan overwhelming majorities in 2016, 2017, and 2018. In my written testimony, I also briefly described sanctions evasion and proliferation activities between the countries in the axis of autocracy. For example, the head of North Korea's primary intelligence bureau accompanied North Korean troops in Ukraine and is gathering valuable intelligence that could threaten American and allied troops in South Korea and Japan. Russia is providing direct support to China's nuclear weapons program, which will help Beijing produce over 1,000 operational nuclear warheads by 2030. And China has continued to purchase Iranian oil, and the proceeds are used to fuel Tehran's proxy network that has targeted Israel. Thank you for inviting me to testify, and I look forward to addressing your questions.
Thank you very much. So we're going to reverse order and go in reverse alphabetical order, and Commissioner Stivers and I will go last. So Commissioner Sims, we'll begin with you.
Great. Thank you all for your testimony. I have to admit here at the outset that when it comes to sanctions, I don't know if I'd call myself a skeptic of sanctions, but more, I would say that maybe we haven't always appreciated the downstream effects of utilizing sanctions as a tool. And so I'd be curious to hear from each of you, as we look at this so-called axis of autocracy, if you could design a sanctions regime that would have the maximum impact but have the least amount of downstream effects, and by that I mean, essentially compelling these countries to, not just evade the sanction in the short term, but build structures that allow them to not have any impact, going forward. What kind of regime would you design compared to what currently exists? And that's a really broad question, but I'd love your thoughts on all of that. Maybe we start with you, Ms. Donovan.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sims. It's a really good question. I think I agree with you. Sanctions, they have a very disruptive effect, but then if, you need to ensure that there's enforcement behind it. Another challenge with sanctions that I think we're seeing is that we need to also be investing in the positive economic statecraft side of this. We're very good at using these sanctions and coercive tools to try to change behaviors of adversary and target their activity, but I think we're lacking in trying to backstop with other positive measures. So as an example of this, when you look at all of the sanctions that we've levied against Russia, we haven't really done a very good job of trying to work with the regional countries, like their bordering countries, to tear them away from Russia. I think we've missed opportunities to further invest in Kyrgyzstan or in countries like Georgia to try to influence those countries to work closely with the United States and stop trading with Russia. We've just gone and said, you can't trade with Russia anymore. So I think whenever we look at how we can make a stronger sanctions package, I think we need to look at the entirety of the economic statecraft toolkit that we have and not solely rely on individual tools like sanctions.
Indeed, I'll just add that sanctions is just one tool. It's not a magic wand. We all pay income taxes, but it's not going to resolve all the problems of our government, right? So sanctions has to go together with the foreign policy, with defense support and other tools that we're working towards. On the second one is indeed enforcement. Just because we all fill out we pay taxes, but we also fill out our tax forms, and we also have occasional audits, right? In the case of Russia, there is a lot of misunderstanding why sanctions haven't worked. Well, they haven't worked because we haven't enforced them. So if we just announce them, but we don't enforce them, for example, oil price cap, I can tell you that almost no Russian oil has been shipped under the oil price cap since October 23. So if there's no enforcement, it's not happening. In terms of the export controls, almost 90% of export control evasion somehow touches China. And it also involves sometimes our own companies, and I have testified about it before. So again, we can't say they're not working if not enforcing them. In terms of the reducing the effect on our own companies, which I think is critical, is trying to find ways that hurt Russia, the target, the most, while it's hurting us the least. And that's why I think in some cases energy, we've been so cautious on energy, but at the same time we're forgetting that US is also a major energy producer and a direct competitor with Russia sometimes. So I think we should leverage that and have our companies benefit from it, from the fact that maybe Russian oil is removed. Similarly in nuclear, and of course Anthony knows much more about it, there's sometimes direct competition that we have with Russia in terms of nuclear. And some of the measures that we would do on Russia could potentially indirectly benefit our own companies as well.
Yeah, I would just say that, often as many on the panel and on this, commissioners know, when we have policy discussions, this is sort of the sanctions are like, okay, we'll just do that. We don't spend a lot of time thinking about it strategically. So one of the examples I'll use is, in the previous administration, they would go after these networks of banking representatives and commercial representatives in North Korea, but they're operating in all these other countries outside of North Korea, but they didn't go after any of the other banks and companies and individuals. So that's not a serious effort. So we need to get away from these sort of name and shame, and we're just going to sort of target one node of a network that's not really going to be effective. The other thing I would argue for is, going back to the old days of using financial diplomacy and deterrence and having, our Undersecretary at the Treasury and I guess the Undersecretary of Commerce going overseas and making very clear to a lot of these places that they should fix their own activities versus having us have to use our sanctions or export controls. Sometimes you can avoid that by working with our partners to fix the actual problem.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses. Appreciate your statements and appreciate all of your long-term service. All of you have been on the front lines in one way or another, so thank you for that. Mr. Ruggiero, I appreciate in your written statement very much the description of the long history of Chinese support to North Korean sanctions invasion. We had a discussion in the first panel about just the war in Ukraine and how much it has driven this axis together, and there are new aspects of cooperation. But this has been going on for decades. It's always been a feature of China's approach to the Korean Peninsula. And I think there's some mythology about how China turns the spigot on and off and they modulate on sanctions enforcement or not. But I think you've done an excellent job of describing the clear, long track record of helping them evade sanctions. You mentioned the tactic of targeting the bank, Dandong Bank. Could you describe a little more of the impact that had, and if we were to introduce those approaches more going forward, what would the expectation be in terms of impact on Chinese behavior, given this long history that you've described and observed?
Well, thank you, and thank you for your kind words. I would say after Bank of Dandong, so before that, I think as you know very well, before that, the Trump administration, and I would say even before that, the Obama administration by going after DHID, which was a large network of a company and individuals who were not shy and in some ways public about their activities with North Korea to hundreds of millions of dollars. So Obama went after them, and then that was a consistent message behind the scenes with China that more is coming. And then when Trump went after Bank of Dandong, the Chinese actually started to take the actions that they pretended to take or said they might take. They actually did take those actions. Part of the challenge was we have not sustained that. And I would argue that as I did in my oral and my written statement, sometimes we're a little afraid of our own shadow here, where we don't think we can devise a good system to go after the Chinese financial system. We don't have to go after the largest banks in the world. We've done it in other systems where we've gone after senior officials of companies that are problematic, but we don't want to go after the company. I also was sketching this out before we started. When we look at the Chinese financial system, it's not just North Korea. It's obviously Russia, it's Iran, but it's also, as the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday, the use of the fentanyl Chinese money launderers that is killing America's youth. And the Chinese financial system is a big part of that. So we need to really take a step back and think about how do we go after this and get the Chinese to be incentivized. Because if this was against, as you know very well, if this was against the CCP priorities, this would not be happening in the Chinese financial system.
Thank you. I wonder if you could also update me, but us, because we worked on an issue together related to ship-to-ship transfers and another aspect of sanctions evasion, and that the North Koreans were able to find safe harbor in Chinese territorial waters and the like. And again, the Chinese claiming that they're unwitting, but we actually brought photos to them and said, we're here to help. We can help you track and do the necessary to enforce the sanction. Is that activity continuing apace? Is this still a major issue in terms of sanctions evasion?
That's my understanding, and it's obviously expanded beyond to include the Iranian oil problem, the Russian oil problem, and part of this effort, sort of back to the question about sanctions and some of the answers about integrating our tools. We sort of we're gonna do sanctions activities here. We're gonna, as you said, which I agree, we're gonna take the photos and then we're gonna show it to them. But then there's the sort of military aspect of these are vessels that are engaged, in the case of North Korea, in UN sanctions violations. And so we unfortunately, we sort of step back from actually using what would have been in our rights to board the vessels and to gain intelligence and to ask what activities are they actually doing. It's much harder, in my view, to go after. It used to be that we could go after the flags and the classification societies and insurances. That's much harder now because we did that, and the adversaries have adjusted. So that's a tool that's unfortunately less available to us.
Chair Price.
Thank you all very much. Really excellent presentations this morning, testimonies this morning. I want to focus a bit on the role of Hong Kong and just give you each a minute or two to talk about the role Hong Kong's playing, where we might be looking in the wrong direction and not focusing on that well enough, and I'll follow up after that. Ms. Donovan, do you want to start?
Sure. Thank you. That's an excellent question. So we've really been seeing where Hong Kong is transitioning into a sanctions evasion hub. Unfortunately, China is exerting a significant amount of influence over the special administrative region, and I think it's important to note that in 2022, Hong Kong's chief executive, John Lee, said that the city would not implement U.S. sanctions on Russia, which also elevated our concerns that Hong Kong would become a permissible environment for sanctions evasion. While it's important to note that Western financial institutions that are in Hong Kong are required to comply with Western sanctions, there are several Chinese banks that have subsidiaries in Hong Kong, and we've seen where Iranian, Russian, as well as North Korean actors are using complex money laundering networks and shell companies with complex ownership structures to get around all the different sanction compliance. So there may be witting or unwitting Chinese banks that are part of these processes that are facilitating Iranian, Russian, and North Korean money laundering. An interesting point that I briefly touched on in my oral testimony, but wrote on more in the written testimony, is this USD chats system, which if you're not familiar with it, it is a US dollar clearing, automated transfer system, and interbank real-time gross settlement system. And it was established in 2000 with the Fed's approval to process US dollar interbank payments in real time, as well as bulk US dollar clearing and settlement checks and stock market related payments. These chats exist in Hong Kong, as well as Tokyo, Singapore, and Manila, and serve as official offshore dollar clearing centers. These are voluntary programs. In the case of Hong Kong, it is monitored by the central bank, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, and HSBC is the settlement institution. Now, USD chats is considered to be safe and compliant. It follows all the rules. But the fact that there are these Chinese banks that are parts of this process, if those banks aren't following sanctions as it relates to Russia, Iran, North Korea, and the strict AML CFT standards that the U.S. financial institutions must be compliant with, it could potentially be opened up to use USD chats as a potential way to kind of gain access to US dollars and the global financial system for sanctioned entities. Now, this is something that I think the US government really does need to be paying a bit more attention to, and that is why one of my recommendations is that Treasury should work closely with the Fed to undertake some level of assessment to determine if there's enough transparency within this system so the Fed understands what's going on and Treasury is able to take action where needed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would draw your attention to page 18 of my written testimony. Figure 12, it outlines the evasion of export controls, and we track there the country of producer. Sometimes it is indeed Western countries. Country of origin, basically where it's getting shipped from, and then also the financial schemes, which is the institution that sells and the country of dispatch. And there we specifically break out Hong Kong. And you see that it's a very large share of this scheme of the export control evasion channels via Hong Kong. What we see there is company secretariats, which will have ready-made companies for you. So if one gets sanctioned, you will actually have a long list of other companies you can choose from to continue your transactions from the next second. We also see the clustering of registering of addresses. Maybe it's even sometimes the same address for all these companies, or maybe it's in the same sort of big building. We sometimes see also the shipment or storage happening in Hong Kong. As you can imagine, there is not much storage that is available in Hong Kong. Most likely it's only happening on paper. So there is a very active sanction circumvention from the export control point of view. And this specific figure focuses not on the dual-use goods or sonic toothbrushes. It's actually this high-priority goods that BIS has identified together with the partners that are critical for Russia's military production. And then just here I would stress that we actually don't have many BIS officers. I might think enforcement officers, it's maybe 1 or 2 in Hong Kong, that of course are tasked with this enormous task of trying to track all this scheming. I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Ruggiero, do you have anything to add?
I'll just say very quickly that I've spent a lot of time working on Hong Kong back in the day after Banco Delta Asia. We went after them in 2005 between Hong Kong and Macau. The political situation makes it much more dangerous in terms of sanctions evasion. But again, that's been there for quite some time with Hong Kong, even when it was in a different political situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedberg. I think we're very fortunate today to have experts on payment systems, which is something that we're trying to get smarter on as a commission for the past several years. Since Chair Price stole my question on USD chats, let's just start there instead of where I was originally planning to go. Ms. Donovan, your recommendation is that Treasury and the Fed get together and assess where the status of this is. What is your assessment in terms of USD chats in a downward scenario of U.S.-China relations? Should this be used as a lever point? The revocation of the authorization to use USD chats as a payment center, should it be used as a lever point in the relationship if the relationship continues to deteriorate?
I think that would actually be an excellent idea. The challenge is that you would need to be working very closely with the private sector, specifically the U.S. financial institutions on this issue, because it is a major platform for U.S. banks, as well as British and Western partners, to be able to transact quickly within this region. However, there are, while more expensive ways, between FedWire and CHIPS, which are the payment systems and settlement programs the U.S. currently has in place, over the past 25 years now, they have advanced quite a lot, and it is a much faster payment system. The hours are open longer. I think it's open for 22 hours. So kind of the justification and reason behind chats existing back 25 years ago was that the current system was within the United States was too slow, and then the time difference created lags in transactions. So to your point, I think that using USD chats as a lever could be interesting, but I would want to make sure that that was closely coordinated with the private sector so we didn't massively disrupt major global transactions and trade.
Thank you. Let's keep going on payment systems. Ms. Donovan, again, your testimony discusses Russia's versions of SWIFT, SPFS, and how Russia is attempting to integrate SPFS with SIPS, which is China's settling mechanism. How far is this experiment from being able to serve as a reasonable global alternative, again, in a downside scenario where Russia and China may want to use this for that purpose? And should U.S. government policy be focused on pushing back on the acceleration and expansion of these systems?
Sure, thank you. I think what's interesting is that the expansion and speed at which these systems have been developing is a direct result of sanctions. And the fact that Russia was de-SWIFted, or at least 10 of the Russian banks were de-SWIFted out of over 300, that create the impetus for them to try to really move forward quickly with SPSF. Russia is looking for ways to facilitate cross-border payments. That's the biggest issue for them because they are de-SWIFted. So that's where SPSF has been useful for them and why they are trying to get this to connect with SIPS. I think on the China front, they are very concerned about secondary sanctions. They don't want to lose access to the dollar and international markets. And Treasury, within the past couple months, had recently put out an advisory alerting to the fact that if anyone was to connect with SPSF, then they would be subject to secondary sanctions. So I think that has kind of sent a cooling message. But I think that Russia is going to continue to push on the SPSF issue. But in addition to SPSF, I think it's also important to look at the MIR payment platform that Russia also has established. That is another payment settlement platform that Russia put into play after it was designated in 2014. And that entire thing, it's basically like credit card payments. So they established that in order to get around the American-owned businesses like MasterCard, Visa, and Amex. What's interesting with MIR is that they are working with UnionPay, and Russian banks are issuing jointly badged, so MIR and UnionPay cards. These cards can be used across, in the 180 countries that UnionPay is operating. Now, there are restrictions in the U.S. because of the sanctions, but the fact that MIR and UnionPay are also highly connected, I think, is something that we need to kind of dig into and figure out, because MIR has been designated by OFAC. So at some points, and to Anthony's previous points too, I think we need to figure out, when does China cross the line and when do secondary sanctions kick in? Because if UnionPay is kind of working with MIR, I think that should probably be further investigated. There's several other payment systems I can get into, but I'll
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Keiken.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do this same thing I did the last panel. I'm just going to ask the panel questions and let you guys give your riff, because otherwise we just run out of time. We haven't talked about crypto. We've talked about sanctions evasion and sort of the traditional markets. We haven't really talked about cryptocurrency. There was this blockchain industry analysis that I ran into the other day that says just basically says that these platforms are being used aggressively to circumvent traditional sanctions. So I'd love your views on that. I also agree with what Commissioner Sims said about sort of sanctions broadly. Over the years, I did a bunch of sanctions legislation with various members here in the Senate, and over time, I sort of just grew sort of skeptical of their impact. I think, as Ms. Donovan said, they are disruptive sort of in the first moment, and then it's just like warfare: measure, countermeasure, measure, countermeasure. Over the years, I've tried to think about ways to sort of operationalize that community more. I've never succeeded, obviously. If you guys have any ideas there, I'd love to hear them. And the same is true of the export control community. This is an area where we had a recommendation last year to create a joint interagency task force, sort of having BIS at the head of this task force, but truly having law enforcement and the intelligence community supporting these entities. There's been no action taken on the recommendation, but if you have ideas in that space, really would welcome hearing them. And then we extensively talked about Hong Kong, so we won't go into my questions there since Commissioner Price stole them all. So each of you, why don't we go from Donovan to Ruggiero, and we'll go from there.
Great, thank you very much. I was wondering if anyone was going to raise crypto, so I'm glad you did. Crypto is interesting in that I think that there are a range of illicit actors. So it's not just the ones we've been discussing today, but between Russia, Iran, North Korea, as well as terrorist groups and organized crime groups, they use crypto to move funds. But I know the report you're referring to, and I thought it was interesting that based on their findings, this illicit activity only represents about 4% or 0.4% of the overall volume of crypto that's taking place. So that does still pale in comparison to the billions of dollars that are laundered through the traditional financial system. NASDAQ actually had published a report back in last year that looked at 2023 and found that there was over $3 trillion of illicit financial activity that went through the traditional financial system. So while crypto is an interesting case, and there's definitely things we can do in that space, I mean, Treasury's been sanctioning and blocking wallets, law enforcement does a lot of activity. I think it's just another piece of this puzzle that we need to figure out. On the sanctions and export controls and what could we do, one of the things that we've been advocating for is that we need to be looking at this entire bucket of what we consider economic statecraft tools, so everything from investment screening to sanctions, export controls, and so on. We need to develop some type of doctrine or strategy around the use of these tools. Right now, again, as my colleagues have already discussed, I mean, we're very good at sanctioning. We're not very good at the enforcement. There's also kind of a mismatch in terms of like how many investigators there are and targeters for sanctions versus how many enforcement officers there are. So at some point we need, if we're going to be relying on these economic statecraft tools, then resourcing is not a popular term, but we need to figure out how we can rebalance the workforce so that enforcement can actually do its job. But again, I do just want to kind of foot stomp this concept that we need better, strategies, and specifically national security strategies, and maybe take some type of military planning doctrine to the economic statecraft space. Because frankly, right now, it's not the way that Treasury, Commerce, and any of these other departments and agencies think.
Before we go to the other two, I would love you just to take an extra few seconds to talk more about your sort of economic statecraft thing. One of the issues you run into is that in all of the tools we've talked about, they are all in different agencies. So sanctions is in Treasury, BIS is in Commerce, trade is obviously at USTR. Do you have any sort of thoughts in that space? The ideas that usually come out of sort of think tank land, no offense to any of you, is that we should create a new agency. There's not a lot of appetite for that kind of thing. So have you thought about this issue broadly in terms of how we can consolidate or rethink the way we use economic statecraft? And then I still would like to hear from the other two on the first question.
Yes, I actually think about this a lot, and I have two different ideas. I do think that the National Economic Council at the NSC needs to be more engaged on these issues and could be the belly button that brings some of these things together. Another kind of concept that I've been playing around with is that the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence at Treasury, it could be time to relook and figure out how is this organized, and are there better ways to do it. This is a very effective office, but it was created out of the 9/11 commission findings. Terrorism is in its name, but right now they don't even do much counterterrorism work. I think that there is an opportunity to look at the full spectrum of that office and identify if there is, different parts of it that could maybe be kind of put into some type of, I don't know if you're familiar with the National Counterterrorism Center, and they have a Directorate of Strategic Operational Planning. I feel like within TFI, you could create some type of DSOP-like function that could pull in the USTR, the Commerce, the DOJ, as well as the intelligence community to kind of map out and strategize better approaches to how to leverage economic power.
Thank you so much. I will focus more on the effectiveness of sanctions. And I think in a way we are somewhat victims of our own success, and what Kimberly talked about, what has happened after 9/11 in finance. Two critical things. One is we did multilateral anti-money laundering drive. And that has changed not only how we work here, but globally. Then we put the responsibility on the financial institutions. So effectively, enforcement really happens in financial institutions. So when we do financial sector sanctions, there is overcompliance. We're reliant on overcompliance to actually for everybody else to back away from the red line more than whatever the red line is. Unfortunately, everywhere else, we don't have that luxury. Because if you think about the export controls, our companies don't do really due diligence, and we've been hearing this in Congress as well, right? They are not really responsible. You know, when the BIS does a guideline, they sort of, do we really have to do this? You know, there's a lot of debate, there is some legal precedent, but there are very few legal actually precedents on that. So they say, look, you know, actually, maybe it's really guidelines. They're not really a must do, right? So we don't have our own companies doing proper due diligence. And in addition to that, we don't really have this multilateral cooperation, almost like an anti-money laundering. So what we have seen the experience in Russia case, export controls, oil price cap, what we had to go back to is using financial sector sanctions, executive order of December 2023, to be able to sort of to patch up what is not functioning elsewhere. And I don't want to elaborate more because Kimberly did a great job about the summarizing. So indeed, it's either the National Economic Council or this post-9/11 Commission. There is no need for new institutions. We know very well this new coordinating sort of function on the export controls, but more has to be done there because there is still a fundamental misunderstanding how export controls work versus financial sector sanctions and how we can put them together to make them work better. And just very quickly to the earlier question about mere cards, you know, and union pay, our financial sector sanctions have been still so effective that mere cards are accepted in Abkhazia, Belarus, Cuba, and South Ossetia. So effectively. And recently, Gazprom made a comment that, well, after November 24th, even union co-branded card is no longer really accepted, so please take cash. So there is still a lot of a sort of gunpowder that we have that we can use. Thank you. On crypto, Russia is a very important miner. It is very hard to understand. I think we've seen the same studies that we all quote, but it always makes me a little bit suspicious about the effectiveness because I think of these studies, because we see crypto on the way in and out. But what is happening in there, if it is happening only within that ecosystem, we don't have very good visibility at all. And I speculate about it mostly because I don't have visibility either. But in a lot of Russian comments, for example, Russian military is finding ways to finance themselves via crypto or giving a crypto instrument to individuals to be able to invest into Russian military. Or, for example, there is crowdfunding about Russian drones. It is oftentimes happens via crypto. So it seems to be there is a lot of activity and we don't have enough visibility on it.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to move on. We're well over time. We can come back. Commissioner Brands.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask a question about the view from Beijing, and perhaps I'll pose this first to Ms. Donovan, but I'd be interested to hear from anyone of the witnesses who has a view on this. In your view, how does the Chinese government assess the effectiveness of the sanctions that the U.S. and its friends imposed on Russia after the invasion of Ukraine? So one question would be, what lessons is Beijing drawing from this? And then second, what lessons should we be drawing from that sanctions package and its effectiveness or lack thereof? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brands. For me, I think the biggest takeaway that China has learned from this is that it needs to isolate itself or insulate itself from the impacts of U.S. sanctions and Western sanctions. While it still wants to maintain access to the international market and the U.S. dollar, it is interesting where we're seeing China make significant moves to, again, insulate itself from financial sanctions. And this is through developing alternative payment systems that we've briefly discussed on, as well as promoting adoption of national currencies for trade through like the BRICS group of states. And I think that is where the biggest takeaway for them is that they're trying to figure out how they can kind of develop alternative systems and currencies to the U.S. dollar. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question was what we've learned?
Yeah, what have we learned or what should we be learning from this experience?
I hope that we are learning that, before we kind of levy these very significant financial actions, that we take the opportunity to truly better understand and measure the economic impact we anticipate them having. A lot of times, sanctions, export controls, they are a decision's made at the NSC in a policy meeting, and we need an action, so let's move out on an action. But we really don't do very good due diligence in terms of better understanding what those, like, what are we disrupting, and what is the intended impact versus the impact it's having. So, going forward, I hope that we can take the opportunity to better understand the true economic impact that our actions will have.
Mr. Rybakova?
Thank you so much. I think I'll just carry over that we need to have measurable targets and then benchmark ourselves against it. If you think about impact on Russia, the forecast for Russian growth in 22 was 3.5% growth, that we're doing very well. The actual contraction, whatever that might be, we can discuss that, there was a small contraction. It was a massive positive terms of trade shock that we have given Russia because we didn't sanction exports until 23, and at the same time, some of imports fell. So Russia is a commodity exporter. It's actually enjoyed the benefit. So in 2022, we actually gave them a benefit. So despite that benefit, they had a contraction. Most of other countries, commodity exporters, almost had a double-digit growth. So in a way, it is some of, there has been impact on Russian growth as well. So measurable targets. I think from Chinese perspective, at least formally in the discussions, they would embrace a more rule-based multilateral discussion on the sort of rules of the game on sanctions. If there would be a doctrine that comes from the US, maybe it's just a lip service, but nonetheless, and it would have some sort of a discussion globally, what are acceptable tools, how we can use them. There may be something that they might want, at least in a think tank community they engage with. So when I go there for a conference on reinventing Bretton Woods, for example, this is the topic that really resonates, and they're happy to engage in it. I think what they're learning there from indeed that they need to vaccinate themselves, but they cannot fully insulate themselves. So Russia is a player in the energy market, but not in everything else. China is a player in everything else. So I think they're also understanding that when we're looking for measures to hurt China, we might also hurt ourselves much more than we will hurt ourselves with Russia. So I think their lesson is that we can do targeted sanctions, but we cannot do all-out destruction sanctions on China. That's my interpretation. Thank you.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Sure. I think the Chinese and the Russians, to a certain extent, are looking to see where they could use their own sanctions authorities to their own benefit. They're trying to find the leverage points. I think the Chinese, their restrictions on critical minerals and some of these other things that are important to the U.S. and our allies, I think they've found an effective wedge there. I think they were sort of, grasping around in the dark, sanctioning persons. Certainly, I've been sanctioned by the Russians. I'm not looking to go to Moscow anytime soon, but that's something, I talked about earlier that's sort of name and shame and not as effective. I'd say the lessons that we should learn from our efforts on Russia and Ukraine is that, what I talked about earlier, I think in response to your question, Mr. Sims, is, quality over quantity. We'll see these, we saw in the previous administration, we sanctioned 300, whatevers, and it's a bunch of LLCs and companies that are probably, non-existent now. I mean, there's a time and a place for that, but we really should be focusing on revenue, the networks, and having a real impact on the adversaries that we're trying to approach versus this sort of we're just going to go after the numbers game. It's not as effective in my view.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stivers.
Thank you. I'd like to talk a little more about secondary sanctions on Chinese banks. Ms. Donovan, I believe you mentioned in your testimony that the threat caused Chinese banks to become more cautious about their transactions after that order was made by the Biden administration. But it seems to me that those transactions continued. Is there any data or any information that would back up that claim that those transactions were affected in some way?
Thank you. So in the immediate aftermath of the announcement of those secondary sanctions, that's where we did see where there was somewhat of a retreat. And we were looking at trade data. So we did see where trade between China and Russia, I think it decreased only by 1%, but it did have an impact because of the difficulty of doing payments. But since then, I would argue that those connectivities, they've figured out workarounds. And so again, going back to the point of the impact of sanctions, we need to enforce them because they can have immediate shock and disruption. But if they're not enforced, or if we don't follow through with the secondary sanction threats, then it will just reconstitute itself.
So in terms of the follow-through on the secondary sanctions threat, the last administration did not do that. What would that look like? Would they, I mean, are you going to sanction the large Chinese banks where you have evidence that they supported the Russian military? Would sanctioning a few small banks, would that be enough? They all watch each other very closely. Would the sanctioning of a few small banks, say in Hong Kong or in mainland China, would that have enough of an impact to change behavior, do you think?
I think it's worth exploring from a strategic standpoint, because you also, if you don't want to sanction a large bank, that could negatively then affect the U.S. economy or the global economy. However, it is worth looking at the smaller regional banks that are involved in this activity. If we were to do that, it would at least send the message to China that they cannot do this anymore. And it's similar. I mean, we've sanctioned Bank of Dandong. We've used a 311 against the Bank of Kunlun in the past, and these were great efforts at the time. But then when we didn't keep pushing, they just kind of became the go-to banks for illicit activity. So I do think that it is worthwhile exploring the opportunity of secondary sanctions against some of these smaller banks to send the strong message that we're not going to put up with this activity.
Thanks. I mean, understanding that the U.S.-Russia relationship is changing drastically, would secondary sanctions on Chinese banks, would that have any impact on sanctions on Iran or North Korea, or not so much?
The fact that some of these banks are working with Iran would also open them up to technically secondary sanctions. So I think there is a case to be made of Iran as well as Russia angles, because both of those sanction regime programs carry secondary sanctions. North Korea, I don't believe, currently has secondary sanctions tied to it. So I think there's probably enough justification for it to move forward with secondary sanctions. I do think that as a U.S. government, we need to think very strategically about the sanctions that we want to levy against different countries or lift, because what we've seen over the past several years of Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea working together financially is that it's now a network of actors. And so if we were to lift sanctions on one of these actors, we would be enabling all of them. So I just think it's something we need to consider as we look at the broader strategy.
Thanks. Any other comments on that?
I will just add to it that the Russian analysis, especially in 2024, is full of complaints about the secondary sanctions and ways to circumvent them. Shall we use the VTB branch in China to make it easier? Can we set up a new subsidiary? So if you look at, Putin's statements on trade, the trade in 2024 was 244 billion. It is up 4 billion from 240 in 23. Of course, there is some natural plateauing in the increase in trade, but the increase in trade from 23 to 22 was more than almost 30%, more than 30%. It's a huge increase. It is plateauing, not just plateauing, it's partially because of the sanctions. And if you look at any Russian domestic research on sanctions, they've all been struggling to find the circumvention ways because of the threat of the secondary sanctions. And I think on the secondary sanctions, we shouldn't forget also the fleet. Anthony and Kimberly both talked about the shadow fleet, because we've sanctioned all these vessels as well as UK and European Union, but some of these vessels continue to function, so we need to send a strong message. Also, supposedly, according to Russian reports, China has set up a port that is maybe taking the vessels that have been sanctioned. So we should go after these networks as well.
I would just go back to my oral testimony where I made the point and in answer to some of the questions that, secondary sanctions is only one effort, one part of it. There should be a runway where we're having these conversations, whether it's with the Chinese or whether it's with Hong Kong financial authorities, or it's with banks that do business with those as well. As I noted, there's the fentanyl crisis that's killing Americans, or Russia or Iran or North Korea. The fact remains that we don't have to start at the largest Chinese banks. There are probably many more, and I would venture to guess that there are probably senior officials in those banks that are aware of the activities that are ongoing. And we have plenty of tools in our toolkit that can go after that before we start to contemplate going after large banks. And so I really want to leave the hearing making sure that people understand this is not sort of we can only go after it, which I know you're not suggesting, but a lot of people do, that it's, well, it's too big. It's too big to do anything. There are a lot of options. I mean, the conversation about the clearinghouse, I'm not advocating one way or the other, but that's another example of a leverage point with the Chinese that they want to continue that, but they can't continue killing Americans and supporting American adversaries.
Totally agree with that. Thank you.
Thanks very much to each of you. I wanted to ask all of you a question about how you would assess the sort of state of play regarding financial sanctions. It seems to me that we've been engaged in a multi-decade game. I don't know whether it's whack-a-mole or cat and mouse. We and our allies impose financial sanctions. Those we are sanctioning develop techniques for trying to get around those sanctions. How would you assess the state of play there? Who is winning? Is it the cat or the mouse? First. And second, a related point, another way of assessing the effectiveness of these sanctions is not just whether it's possible to move money around, but whether there are observable impacts on behavior. So have we succeeded? Can you point to examples in which we've succeeded either in deterring one of our targets from doing things that we think they might otherwise have done, or compelling them to do something that they would not otherwise have done if we hadn't imposed sanctions? So, Ms. Donovan, can we start with you?
Thank you very much. I think when we look at how to assess financial sanctions, we've seen a massive increase in the use of sanctions, like OFAC designations, especially since 2001. I think we got very good at using this tool. It was seen as more than diplomacy, less than military intervention, and so it became kind of a go-to tool of national security power. I am concerned, and previous Treasury secretaries like Secretary Jack Lew and others have noted the concern that we're overusing these tools and not better understanding their true impact. So that, is a risk that we take with the continuing use of financial sanctions. However, I think it is also important to note, especially when you look at the U.S. and China relationship, China's economic strength is really derived from its exports and its dominance over supply chains, where the U.S. economic power is in the dominance of the dollar and trade and the role of the dollar within the global financial system. So sanctions do continue to be a very strong, effective tool that we have. We could probably just be a bit more strategic on how we use it. In terms of where we've had success in using sanctions, I would argue that they've been very effective, especially in the counterterrorism and the counter-narcotics space, where you're going after targeted actors to cut them out of the financial sector and disrupt their operations. It can be a bit more difficult when you're going after massive regimes, but that's also where I think we need to do a better job of being very clear on what the objectives are we're trying to achieve with the sanctions, so that we can incorporate the measures of effectiveness to determine if we're having the right impact.
Thank you. Ms. Rybakova.
On the state of play, I have to say it's been an extraordinary success, because just with the threat of secondary sanctions, you can stop billions of trade between Russia and China, maybe temporarily, or slow it down for a year. But this is an incredible success. So I think on the financial sector sanctions, we've done a lot. In terms of what more can be done, we need to do research, and we talk a lot about it. With Kimberly, we have a misunderstanding between the macroeconomists that talk about the use of dollar, and for example, they don't understand why the trade sanctions harder than financial sector sanctions. They don't understand the payments questions that you were asking about. So we need to do much more research. And recently did paper for Brookings, but we definitely need to come together and explain it to them. And then we understand that sometimes, even though that you're using dollar, you're still subject to US sanctions. And that, I think, is very important. we also need to understand that we are not as successful in other tools. And what Kimberly was talking about the supply chains, we literally have almost no control over our export control tools. And this is where we need to do much more investment. In terms of the effects of success, why do sanctions? One could say in 2014, we did sanctions to deter Russia from moving further. One could say they didn't. It took them a while to move further. Then one could say in 2022, the sanctions were to impose the cost. And if you look at the recent discussions, what did they ask for? The first is sanctions relief. Sanctions which are supposedly not working. So if you look at the Russian defense industrial complex, they have already debt problems, they have lost their external contracts, they're desperate for more money, resources, and you heard it about the previous session. This is largely because of the sanctions. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ruggiero.
Sure. I think you could make an argument that, and maybe I guess throughout my comments, I am making the argument that there's something broken a little bit in our system here, where I think we're doing too much symbolic, and we're not going back, what I would say, back to basics. For those of us, I was certainly on the ground for a lot of the North Korea stuff and Iran stuff. Back to basics, dismantling the networks, targeting the revenue, and then reviewing that and repeating it, and just going after that over and over. And I just think that sometimes we've gotten into this circumstance where we have these policy conversations and we're just focused on, well, we got to do something. So let's just do sanctions and we'll go after a bunch of Russians or a bunch of Chinese or a bunch of North Koreans or a bunch of Iranians, versus like, this is the network. We're going to take the whole thing down. I want to show people what we used to do and how we could do that. And I think we've gotten a little bit away from that.
Okay, thank you. So we have about 10 minutes, sort of a lightning round for further questions. Let's just go around. Commissioner Sims, do you have anything? All right. Commissioner Shriver? Commissioner Miller? Commissioner Price?
I'll go to the end, maybe.
Okay. Commissioner Kuiken?
Thank you. Mr. Ruggiero, I was going to go to you to give you the chance on the panel from before, but I'll pivot here a little bit. We've talked a lot about how we think that sanctions and export controls are sort of press releases and then sort of no follow-on operational action. So I think that one of the recommendations coming from all of you is we need more butts in seats looking at this data on the enforcement side. I've taken that away from it. I think it was a couple years ago, the IRS announced a contract with Palantir, which I sort of thought was amazing, because you take this sort of thing that came from the counterterrorism side of the house and you take it to the other side, the sort of civilian side of the government, and you start thinking about how do you target actual bad actors in a system. As I've listened to all of you, that was sort of the thing that came to mind was not only do you need butts in seats, but you need to sort of consider this more of like an operationalized targeting environment like we've handled counter-narcotics, I think I heard Mr. Ruggiero say, in some of these other spaces. Fentanyl, I think you've mentioned that as well. I don't know if any of you are comfortable sort of talking about this, but it seems to me that we would then have a different problem, which is we would resource butts and seats. Let's pretend we're doing that. We would then also need to make sure they have the technology that's actually available to them to do all of these things. As you guys have looked at the export control community and the sanctions community, do you feel like there is a rich environment for the technology they have at their fingertips, or is this another area where Congress could consider making investments? I'm happy to go to the panel, but we'll see what Commissioner Friedberg says.
Please.
Sure. So I think that there's two issues at stake. So on the technology front, none of these, between Commerce, Treasury, even the IC, none of their systems talk to each other. Treasury is working on very outdated systems, so there is an opportunity to more fully invest, maybe leverage AI and other different technology platforms. Getting over the counter technology solutions can sometimes be difficult through the normal procurement process, but hopefully those are things that can be overcome because there's an opportunity that we're missing there. There are several initiatives internally within the interagency led by specific agencies to try to develop these types of systems to make sure that information is being shared. However, there also is a problem, and this is my second point, on data sharing within the U.S. government on financial intelligence. So on the one hand, you have the intelligence, national security level information. That is very different from the type of enforcement information that OFAC collects versus the information that Commerce collects. And then you also have FinCEN that has all the BSA information that can't really be shared outside of law enforcement channels unless there's an MOU in place. So I think that there's some things within the way that we're currently set up that are getting in our own way, from data sharing as well as technology sharing, that could be leveraged to kind of advance this space. And so maybe you don't need that many more butts and seats, but you need the information and the technology to do your job.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I think when I think about this problem, I mean certainly technology. When I look at what we have now, I think back 20 years when I was writing designation packages, and don't want to tell you exactly how we did those, but certainly not as easy as it is now. But I think through TFI used to be something like the Undersecretary for Enforcement, and now we have BIS. Obviously, export controls have been in existence for a long time, but now we're using them on the national security side. But we're sort of this is to your previous question or your previous time asking questions. We're sort of stuck in these silos of TFI and BIS, and maybe to my mind, it's the spectrum where you have like the DoD 1260 list, and then you have export controls, and then you have like the ISA menu of sanctions, and then you got SDN. But you have all these different agencies in that, and maybe we do not need to create a new agency, but take an existing, whether it's in TFI or elsewhere, and really beef it up, because we're going to get to the point, especially when it comes to China, where we're going to be looking at some of these entities that are being covered by either the entity list or export controls that will probably be candidates for sanctions. And so, how we deal with that across, I don't think the White House is going to be the right place for that. And I'm not sure a joint task force. I think it really requires us to sort of take a step back and think about, should BIS be in Commerce? Should be at Treasury? I think we shouldn't be restricted by the constructs that we created, decades ago.
Very quickly, on technology, I think little can go a long way. So a lot of these data sets have 20, 40 millions of observations. I can still process them at home on my personal computer. So I think AI, there's a lot of mystery, but it's at the end of the day, it's a linear regression in a way, optimization problem on steroids. So it's not that, we absolutely need to go multi-billion investment. It's just small investments for people to be able to process the data. That companies and banks do is they overwhelm you with data. And this kind of overwhelming data, which is maybe doesn't have obvious patterns, it yields itself naturally to simple technological solutions. So I think even small investments can make a dramatic improvement here. You don't have to go to the latest AI technology immediately. So that's one. And the second one, why financial sector sanctions work, is because private sector has to do the big work. And here we need to have something the same. Our private sector also needs to do the work if we believe that companies working in the US support our foreign policy and national security objectives.
Thank you. Commissioner Brands. Commissioner Stivers?
Yeah. One more question. Mr. Ruggiero, I share your skepticism on the efficacy of smaller actions and symbolic actions related to sanctions or export controls. They do some good, but it doesn't change the fundamental dynamic that we're seeing, especially China's support for these other countries. Ms. Donovan, you mentioned in your testimony the PMLC designation, the primary money laundering concern jurisdiction that has been imposed on Iran. Is it a ridiculously crazy idea to consider that designation for all of China?
That would be an excessive escalatory measure. So the 311 of the Section 311 of the U.S. Patriot Act provides Treasury, which is delegated to FinCEN, to identify jurisdictions as well as financial institutions of primary money laundering concern. There are a series of measures that can be taken within a 311 tool, but ultimately, it sends a pretty big warning shot across the bow. And U.S. financial institutions basically will cut off financial activity with anything that has a 311 on it. So going after China with that type of tool would definitely create several ripple effects. I don't necessarily know a specific number, but we did do analysis at the Atlantic Council where we looked at what sanctioning China in a Taiwan crisis would look like. And we ran the numbers of what designating just a regular, OFAC sanction of I believe the 4 largest Chinese banks, and that would amount to $3 trillion worth of loss for the global financial system. So I would imagine a 311 would have significant more loss than that.
That said, it is my understanding that a PMLC designation gives Treasury a lot of flexibility in terms of exactly how they implement that. Is that your understanding too?
Yes. I mean, I think the lowest level of measures is just like additional reporting requirements. So it's worth pursuing. I just think that it would be quite escalatory.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, that conversation has happened when we've talked about China, North Korea, and elsewhere in terms of using the lower requirements on Section 311. But I would caution that Section 311 is seen through the prism of that one recommendation, essentially cutting them off from the U.S. financial system. So I think we would have the concerns, even if you impose the record-keeping one of overcompliance by U.S. financial system and foreign financial system. So I would be very cautious in using that with China. I would make the argument that that FinCEN should be charged with looking at these 4 different areas: fentanyl and their relationship with the Chinese money launderers, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and where are the Chinese financial institutions that are working in each of those. And they could start with the ones who are knowingly, if you can determine that. But of course, the Biden executive order does not require the knowingly standard, and then start looking at that before I would go after the entire financial jurisdiction of China. But I would have a conversation after your first action with the Chinese. I would send the Treasury Secretary to be very clear about where this ladder is leading, to make clear to the Chinese that there's more there.
I'll just quickly add, there's very little to add, but the impact on other institutions like HSBC, for example, that are of our partners. For HSBC, we had the discussion about Chads or some of these measures, it will be an existential concern. So we need to be aware of those as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Price. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much to all of our witnesses. It's been extremely helpful. We're going to adjourn, and we will resume at 20 minutes past 1. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the witnesses for being here this afternoon for our third and final panel, which will examine the levels of military and security cooperation between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. We'll start with Dr. Elizabeth Wishnik, the Senior Research Scientist at the Center for Naval Analysis. Dr. Wishnik will testify on China's relationship with Russia and the increasing security cooperation between the two. And next we'll hear from Jemima Barr, an independent researcher specializing in China's international security partnerships. Ms. Barr will discuss how China has enabled the continued development of Iran's military capabilities. And then we'll hear from Jake Rinaldi, defense analyst at the U.S. Army War College. Dr. Rinaldi will discuss China-North Korea military relations and the involvement of other Axis members in North Korea's military development. And finally, we'll hear from Dr. Sheena Chestnut-Greitens, associate professor at the University of Texas, Austin. Dr. Chestnut-Greitens will highlight the impact of China's actions in enhancing the regime of authoritarian states through providing economic lifelines and security technologies. Thank you all very much for your testimony in advance. I would like to remind all our witnesses to please keep their remarks to 7 minutes to preserve time for questions and answers. Dr. Wishnik, we'll begin with you.
Thank you very much to the Commission for this opportunity. I'd just like to reiterate that these are my personal views and not those of CNA or its sponsors. This morning, we have heard in the previous panels about the cooperation among the 4 countries under study here. And my focus is on the extent of their policy coordination and the means that they have to achieve that coordination. So these 4 countries have complex relationships. And with the exception of their individual decisions to support Russia's full-scale war in Ukraine, I don't see broader coordination emerging among them in the military security sphere. And the only evidence of policy coordination I found was in Sino-Russian interactions in the disinformation sphere, as Chris Walker and others have found. There are contradictory trends in China's military cooperation with these states. If we look at China and North Korea, this is the only country that China has a military alliance with. But many Chinese experts caution that this is largely on paper, and it's not clear that China would follow through with the commitments that are made there. Although China and Russia are deepening their military cooperation, as I will discuss further, they both deny that they have an alliance at all. China and Iran have been developing their military cooperation over many years, and both see drawbacks to this for various reasons. And I would caution that the ties among these 4 countries predate the war in Ukraine, which was the subject of earlier discussion this morning. And these relationships will endure, however problematic aspects of them might be. China-Russia military cooperation is deepening, and we have seen new trends, but there are also some limits to this cooperation. We have seen greater consultation, including 2 5-year roadmaps. Arms sales have been reinvigorated since 2014. We have seen some new trends. Chinese and Russian actors participating in gray zone actions, such as maritime cable cutting in the Arctic region. We have seen greater cooperation by Chinese and Russian coast guards in maritime law enforcement, also in the Arctic. And we have seen more frequent and complex military exercises, though these have largely been for training and signaling purposes. I argue that interoperability is not really the goal of China-Russia military cooperation or of, for the most part, of the other sets of bilateral cooperation in this area. We have seen no trilateral exercises involving China, Russia, North Korea, though Russia may have proposed them recently. There have been a series of maritime security exercises with Russia, China, and Iran. These have largely been for anti-piracy missions, and they also serve to demonstrate the geographic scope of the Sino-Russian partnership. Despite some of the limitations that I can discuss in the questions, China largely sees Russia as an asset, not a liability. And there have been some dissenting voices about China's support for the Russian war in Ukraine inside China. These largely have been retired officials or academics who publish in foreign outlets, and they mostly discuss problems with Russia's policies, not with China's. However, there are some drawbacks to China's growing cooperation with these three countries. And interestingly, I think that Russia is at the center here because it's Russia's military cooperation with Iran and North Korea that causes the problems that China now encounters. A key area of coordination that I have found in my research is between China and Russia in the disinformation sphere. And there we see substantial efforts to develop content sharing, to optimize social media platforms, to increase information control, and to direct strategically the narratives that they both employ. Nonetheless, there are some areas of divergence between China and Russia. I have a long list in my testimony. However, I do think that they are deepening their ties, and this is a durable relationship, not easily subject to wedges or reverse Kissinger maneuvers or other such enterprises. They have made a political decision to emphasize areas of agreement. Over history, if we look back centuries, the most persistent source of disagreement was about their border. And with growing nationalism in both countries, that could arise as a conflict in the future. But that's not one where we have a lot of influence. I would like to make 5 policy recommendations. I think the U.S. has many tools at its disposal to deal with the kinds of threats that these countries pose to Western interests and to our allies' interests. And we need to take advantage of these tools and not prevent them from being used, which is one of the problems we face today. So in terms of disinformation, there are key lines of effort that have demonstrated their effectiveness and have had bipartisan support until recently. The State Department's Global Engagement Center, there are some offices within USAID to counter malign activities in Russia and in China. The National Endowment for Democracy, and also Radio Liberty and Radio Free Europe have been key in supporting alternate narratives to those proposed by Russia and China. We need to continue to support long-term research on countering adversary threats throughout the U.S. government. And there was one such effort also funded by AID, Aid Data, which provided data-driven research on Chinese influence, economic influence efforts that many of us in the academic world use. We should be monitoring North Korea's illegal arm transfers through initiatives like the Proliferation Security Initiative. We should work with allies to combat cyber threats through regional efforts like the Tallinn mechanism that has been successful in helping Ukraine thwart cyber attacks from China and Russia. And we should support U.S. Coast Guard cooperation with Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan to counter the illegal arms transfers that Iran sends to Russia via the Caspian Sea and revive the Caspian Initiative, which had been involved in this effort in the early 2000s. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Barr.
Co-chairs and distinguished members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The views I will present are my own and do not reflect the positions of any past or present affiliations. China's military cooperation with Russia, Iran, and North Korea advances its overarching strategic goal of reshaping the global balance of power. In these states, China has willing associates that actively challenge the United States by asserting themselves regionally and undermining the rules-based international order in both word and deed. China's engagement with these states serves 3 key objectives. First, it applies sustained pressure on the United States. While these countries act independently, their actions collectively force Washington to spread its diplomatic, economic, and military resources thin. Crises in Europe, the Middle East, and the Korean Peninsula all distract Washington's attention from the Indo-Pacific, limiting its ability to counter Beijing directly and effectively. Second, it helps China lay the foundation for a multipolar world, on Beijing's terms, of course. By strengthening ties with like-minded regimes, China is creating an alternative power structure that undermines the US-led security order. And third, it advances China's operational military capabilities. From Russia, China gains combat-relevant experience and access to advanced military technology. Joint drills with Iran and Russia in the Arabian Sea, meanwhile, offer China valuable experience in long-range naval operations, advancing Beijing's goal of building a true blue water navy capable of sustained global deployments. Over the past decade, China's military cooperation has grown significantly, and today I'd like to highlight a few key areas where this partnership has deepened. First, in high-level diplomacy. Since 2016, during President Xi Jinping's visit to Tehran, China and Iran elevated their relationship to a strategic cooperative partnership. This is one of Beijing's highest levels of international engagement, and it set the stage for broader military and economic coordination. Second, defense technology sharing. Iran is one of very few countries that has been granted full access to China's Beidou satellite system, including for military purposes, which has improved the targeting capabilities of Iranian missiles and UAVs. Third, arms and dual-use technology transfers. While China officially ceased arms sales to Iran after 2015, illicit transfers and technology sharing have likely continued. China's major arms manufacturers all have offices in Tehran, which may signal defense industry ties and greater cooperation in weapons development. Fourth, economic support. Since 2012, China has been Iran's largest trading partner, purchasing heavily discounted oil. This financial lifeline has helped Tehran withstand US sanctions. And finally, diplomatic cover. In 2020, China and Russia blocked a US proposal to extend the UN arms embargo on Iran, which enabled Tehran to resume weapons procurement with relative impunity. Now, despite strong bilateral ties between China, Russia, and Iran, there is little evidence of meaningful progress towards trilateral interoperability at present. Their annual trilateral naval exercises, the only publicly known instance of military coordination between these three states, remain limited, largely focused on anti-piracy drills and basic tactical coordination. However, an area to watch closely in the coming years is their expanding collaboration in the space and cyber domains. As mentioned earlier, in 2021, China granted Iran full military access to Beidou. A year later, China and Russia signed an agreement to integrate Beidou with Russia's GLONASS system. This could lay the groundwork for shared intelligence, real-time battlefield coordination, and secure military communications among the three states. Now, Iran patently wants more from its relationship with China. Following trilateral naval exercises in 2023, Iranian analysts enthusiastically proclaimed that, quote, a new anti-NATO coalition is slowly forming, even speculating that North Korea could join to create a powerful military alliance among the states. And although it is the newest member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Tehran immediately and aggressively pushed for a reorientation of the bloc toward greater military cooperation. Notably, however, neither China nor Russia publicly responded to these overtures. Indeed, Chinese leaders, including Xi Jinping, have repeatedly stated China's adherence to the non-alliance principle. And in the Middle East, Beijing has little incentive to prioritize relations with Tehran at the expense of its lucrative relationships with its Gulf partners. However, the lack of a formal alliance structure does not diminish the operational and strategic depth of these partnerships. China and its partners' shared grievances against the US-led world order have already proven capable of shaping global conflicts in meaningful ways. The states have demonstrated a pattern of mutual support that extends beyond rhetorical alignment. They have collectively shaped global narratives, provided each other with economic support, and as Russia's case demonstrates, the absence of a mutual defense clause does not preclude substantial military aid. This sets a clear precedent. If China were to engage in a military conflict, Russia, Iran, and North Korea could plausibly provide lethal assistance and economic backing. It is evident then that China and its partners are actively advancing their goal of undermining the US-led international security order, posing significant challenges to global stability. If Washington is to set the terms of this competition, rather than allowing these revisionist powers to dictate them, then I suggest the following recommendations. First, Washington needs a compelling, proactive vision, a blueprint for what the US and its allies stand for, what they seek to achieve, and why it matters. Second, Washington needs to better expose Beijing's complicity in global instability and continue to crack down on illicit trade networks between these states. Third, and finally, the scale of this challenge demands a coordinated, multilateral response. Thus, Washington needs to closely coordinate with its allies and partners to maintain a balanced global posture. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Rinaldi.
Co-chairs, distinguished commissioners, and staff, thank you for the invitation to appear before you today. It is a great honor to testify before this body on a matter of vital importance to U.S. national security. The Commission on the National Defense Strategy has described our current strategic environment as one defined by a growing axis of malign partnerships, an alignment of authoritarian states designed to challenge U.S. leadership globally. Nowhere is this challenge more pronounced than in the Indo-Pacific, home to the world's most dynamic economies and a linchpin of global trade and technological innovation. The United States has a lasting interest in maintaining a favorable regional balance of power in order to preserve our ability to engage with and access the world's most consequential markets on fair terms while preventing hostile actors from consolidating power in ways that would undermine our security, prosperity, and way of life. Sophisticated war games, however, consistently indicate that current and planned U.S. forces struggle to defeat Chinese aggression, particularly in a Taiwan contingency. This raises an urgent question in the context of our discussion today. How could China's growing alignment with adversarial states exacerbate this challenge, and what should be done about it? The PRC's engagement with U.S. adversaries is rooted in its strategic assessment that the United States is in decline and that accelerating this trajectory will hasten China's ascent as the dominant power in Asia. At the same time, Beijing perceives Washington's response to this decline as a strategy of containment with the potential for conflict. Its partnerships with North Korea, Iran, and Russia, while catering to different strategic aims, ultimately serve a broader effort to counterbalance U.S. influence and reshape global power dynamics. Our focus today is the evolving nexus of defense cooperation among authoritarian states and its far-reaching implications for global security, ongoing conflicts, and future military contingencies. Chinese weapon systems continue to serve as the backbone of Iran and North Korea's conventional arsenals, whether they're in their original form or as domestically reproduced variants in most cases. Over time, Beijing's support has evolved from direct arms transfers to more discreet yet equally consequential means, facilitating cyber operations, enabling black market access to hard currency and components for weapons of mass destruction, and providing dual-use goods that enhance the survivability and lethality of their conventional and nuclear arsenals. This strategic shift allows China to sustain these regimes while minimizing the diplomatic and economic consequences from the United States. The ongoing war in Ukraine provides a real-time case study of how authoritarian cooperation functions in practice. North Korea has become a critical enabler of Russia's military campaign, supplying millions of artillery rounds, tactical ballistic missiles, and personnel. Meanwhile, China has provided Russia with dual-use technology, semiconductors, drone components, and rocket propellant that has kept Russia's military-industrial base functional despite Western sanctions. Ukraine serves as a proving ground for this cooperation, demonstrating both its strengths in terms of expanded magazine depth, the co-production of weapon systems, diplomatic and economic coordination, as well as its limitations, technical imbalances, a lack of interoperability, as well as China's reticence, given its integration in the global economy. These same dynamics hold direct relevance for potential conflicts in the Indo-Pacific. U.S. defense planners and appropriators must account for potential forms of authoritarian state cooperation in future conflict scenarios. In a Taiwan contingency, China is unlikely to request direct North Korean military support at the outset, but Pyongyang would likely interpret U.S. force buildup in the area as a broader threat, prompting provocations, heightened military readiness, and in response, the United States would need to divert strategic assets in order to reinforce deterrence on the Korean Peninsula, straining our logistics, force allocation, as well as alliance dynamics with the ROK. Similarly, China would almost certainly intervene in a renewed conflict on the Korean Peninsula. If North Korean forces maintain control of captured territory, China's support would likely remain limited due to economic and diplomatic backing, with potential non-kinetic assistance such as intelligence sharing and cyber coordination. If North Korean forces collapsed across the front, however, Beijing might intervene directly in order to support its own interests, though it would face clear challenges to working with the Korean People's Army, given technological disparities and the respective militaries, and prevailing generational distrust on both sides. However, should Chinese coordination with these states deepen in the coming decade, through arms sales, technology transfers, or exercises, the consequences for global security would become increasingly unpredictable, threatening key U.S. interests across multiple regions. In conclusion, China's partnerships with North Korea, Iran, and Russia are evolving, but still responsive to geopolitical events. I believe the United States still has significant influence over their overall trajectory. That is, if Chinese leaders conclude that U.S.-China competition is headed towards inevitable confrontation, Beijing may reassess its constraints and pursue deeper, more overt military cooperation with these partners, accelerating weapons proliferation, improving interoperability, and emboldening adversaries across multiple regions. However, both a significant improvement in U.S.-China relations or a decisive reassertion of U.S. balance of power in the region could create opportunities to shape Beijing's approach. Therefore, I recommend, 1, Congress and this Commission hold regular hearings and expand funding for research on China's defense ties with these states, as they're a useful metric for how China sees U.S.-China relations. 2, ensure defense appropriations fully account for the strategic demands of deterring and prevailing in conflict, given evolving cooperation and the risks from simultaneity. And 3, pursue diplomatic engagement that mitigates escalation risks and preserves options for a more stable, long-term U.S.-China relationship. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Chestnut Grego, who's on the monitor there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, distinguished commissioners, staff, and guests for the opportunity to testify today. I will focus my remarks on how the pursuit of regime security, particularly in the PRC, shapes China's non-military security cooperation with the other countries that we're examining today. My written testimony emphasizes several points. First, China's growing relationships with Russia, Iran, and North Korea take place in a broader context. That is, that in the past several years, the People's Republic of China has emerged as a global security provider and is making a bid to become the preferred security partner of choice for a wide swath of countries around the world, including those that are U.S. adversaries, but also those that have existing security and defense ties with the United States. While today's hearing focuses on Chinese security cooperation with a particular set of countries, it's important to place those relationships and their development in this broader context that is reshaping the contours of global security. The security cooperation offered by the PRC reflects its own regime-centered understanding of security, encapsulated by Xi Jinping's comprehensive national security concept and focused on preserving China's socialist system, the leadership of the Communist Party atop that system, and Xi Jinping as the core leader. Internal security is paramount in this framework, and international security and foreign policy are explicitly described as having a supporting or auxiliary role. Similarly, China's security assistance abroad is often aimed at augmenting the capacity of security recipients and partners to govern their territory and their people, including by providing capabilities and training that seek to prevent and control internal threats to a specific regime's hold on political power. These global patterns also specifically appear in each of China's relationships with Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other non-democratic regimes around the world. Might throw Vietnam and Cuba in there to start. Despite having distinctive national interests in other ways, as we heard this morning, the leaders of these countries share a fundamental underlying threat perception, one that views the United States not only as a threat in terms of external defense and military capacity, but as a political threat to their hold on power internally. Iran and Russia show more visible signs of high-level regime security cooperation with China across a number of dimensions than North Korea, but we should be careful to note that there may be intelligence and internal security cooperation occurring that we are not easily able to observe from public sourcing. All three countries that we're talking about today have engaged in internal security cooperation with China in a number of areas, including three major categories: security diplomacy, provision of surveillance technology, and police training. Diplomatically, all three countries have expressed support for Xi Jinping's global security initiative. And in the last 3 years, Russia has also been a key participant in China's Global Public Security Cooperation Forum, a new annual summit that has become the internal security counterpart to the Xiangshan Forum hosted by Beijing's Ministry of National Defense. These diplomatic efforts are part of China's bid to reshape global security governance in ways that preferentially prioritize Beijing's conception of security and minimize or relegate the United States to a marginal role in security provision and the design of global security architecture. Russia and Iran also hold regular, high-level, and bilateral law enforcement and domestic security meetings with their counterparts, and my written testimony provides a table of these meetings in the last several years. In the Chinese system, the key actors who participate in this internal security cooperation at the bilateral level are the Ministry of Public Security and China's Central Political Legal Commission. With respect to technology, North Korea, Iran, and Russia were among the earliest adopters of China's surveillance technology exports, and their use of China's digital surveillance tools has clearly contributed to stronger authoritarian political control and repression in all three countries. Iran, Russia, and North Korea have all sent officials to participate in Chinese police and domestic security trainings as well. In establishing these security relationships that prioritize stability and control, China advances a number of strategic aims: protecting Chinese overseas interests, monitoring members of the Chinese diaspora, providing officials with information and intelligence, building presence, partnerships, and influence in recipient countries, and potentially opening up new avenues of coercion for political purposes. China is exporting the tools of authoritarianism, where doing so provides Beijing with a comparative or strategic advantage. It is not imposing a single model on others, where doing so is unnecessary or counterproductive for regime security. Self-interest, defined through the lens of regime security, is Beijing's driving logic. Let me close with three recommendations. First, the United States sometimes assesses China's global security presence solely in terms of the PLA and its overseas military footprint. If China's significant and growing internal security activities abroad are omitted from these assessments, Washington could seriously miscalculate the risks of political instability in a number of countries around the world, as well as American leverage in key strategic relationships worldwide. We need to start treating the Chinese internal security apparatus as a key foreign policy actor. Second, while Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China are driven by specifically authoritarian interests in regime security that facilitate cooperation today, there are other countries that receive security assistance from China for more practical, less ideological, or autocratic reasons. We should not log roll all of these countries into an autocratic axis, because doing so would remove opportunities to advance U.S. interests more effectively and minimize adversary opportunities for coalition building. The United States needs to assess and understand the motivations of China's growing number of security partners and craft tailored solutions that address the underlying drivers of this cooperation in each case so that it can provide credible alternatives. Third and finally, the United States cannot compete in the type of asymmetric security competition that has emerged between the US and the PRC using solely Department of Defense resources and conventional military power. To compete in this kind of competition, the United States will have to fundamentally reconsider how the interagency organizes, targets, and resources security force assistance programs worldwide, and reorganize, enhance, and streamline civilian security offerings. It must engage in shaping a global security architecture that meets the unmet legitimate needs of recipient countries around the world, or risk living in a global security order that is shaped by authoritarian great powers. Thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to the opportunity to discuss these issues with you today.
Thank you all. I'll start this one out. I'd like to hear each of your views on a Taiwan contingency in light of the new developments over the course of the last few weeks, especially in terms of U.S.-Russia talks on the future of Ukraine. My specific question, which is not that specific, it's more broad, but do you believe that a U.S.-Russia agreement that ends the fighting in Ukraine, but grants a number of concessions to Russia, do you believe that will empower or do you believe it will empower or deter China in the Asia-Pacific region? Ms. Wishnik?
Thank you for that question. Taiwan is always on everyone's minds when we talk about China-Russia cooperation. I don't think that a U.S.-Russia engagement scenario is likely to deter China at all. To the contrary, I think China will feel triumphant in its view of the U.S. being an insincere ally and unlikely to come to the aid of its partners, to be unreliable in providing aid, and to cut and run when there are interesting Arctic resources to be had instead. This being said, I think that we have to ask if, despite the China-Russia deepening partnership, if Russia is really going to return the favor and support China in this kind of contingency. And although Russia echoes the one China principle in all of its joint statements with China, in the most recent iteration of the Xi-Putin joint agreement, there's a real difference in how they translate the document. Is China says that Taiwan is a part of the People's Republic of China, which is the current state, and Russia says Taiwan is a part of China, which is historical China. And to my mind, that seems to indicate that China wishes that Russia would be more openly supportive of Chinese positions, but it is not to its satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barr?
I think China's approach to Taiwan is based on several factors, many of them not related to Ukraine. But I think that the terms of the settlement in Ukraine, it will be instructive for China, particularly as it looks to assessing the United States' posture more generally in the globe, around the world. I think the question of to Dr. Wishnik's point, what a China contingency may look like vis-a-vis Russian support. I think the question really to ask is, what would China need in that circumstance? And it's difficult to speak in the abstract about that. It depends on so many factors, including the length and what it would look like. Would it be a blockade, an amphibious invasion? The length of that as well. But the other thing I would say is that my sense, looking at the Russia-US talks at the moment, is I don't see that, and again, this echoes your point earlier, Dr. Wishnik, about whether or not China. Whether this would be something that would weaken the China-Russia relationship. I don't see it that way. I see it as if Russia emerges strong from this, if it ends up on top in this conflict, then I think that is only to China's benefit.
Thank you. Dr. Rinaldi?
Yeah, so I think it's very, very important to point out first that both the PLA and the PRC more broadly are learning quite a few lessons from the Russian-Ukraine war, right? And I would say, based off of my reading of Chinese academic journals coming from authoritative scholars as well as PLA military institutions, that it's quite a mixed bag, right? So on the operational front, I think a lot of Chinese academics are confident that they will be better than Russia in a number of respects, right? So for instance, their C2 will be more redundant than Russia's. They won't be reliant on kind of civilian devices and networks to communicate with their soldiers. I think that this years-long conflict would also serve to deter China as well, because they can be confident that the U.S.'s European and Asian allies will respond, right? Which is has been an open question given the economic dependencies on China.
Okay, Dr. Chestnut Grego.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think that China's aims and strategy toward Taiwan are predicated largely on China's own historical, political, and strategic calculations, and that the ability or the PRC calculus about when to act in any specific way toward Taiwan has never really made Russian assistance or lack thereof a deciding precondition. So I actually see this much more as determined by the conditions, the pace of military modernization, and the political decision-making in Beijing. And I think that that will ultimately be the paramount deciding factor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for their testimony. Dr. Chestnut Grego, it's good to see you. I might start with you. It seems to me you make a very interesting point, which is that many regimes around the world are primarily concerned with essentially threats from within as compared to external threats, and that China has something to offer those countries to help them retain their grip on power. Could you comment on, if you have any data on the number of countries to which China is extending the kind of assistance that you described, and the characteristics of those countries, how many of them are what we would describe as autocratic or authoritarian, how many of them are democratic, or perhaps weakly democratic? That's first. Secondly, are there characteristic packages that China seems to offer that might include surveillance, but perhaps also instruments of crowd control, perhaps even torture? And are there any instances of backlash that you're aware of where there's been a negative reaction ultimately to what China is doing to help some of these regimes?
Thank you. That's a terrific set of questions. So yes, in terms of the broad global number of countries that are receiving security assistance from China, we have some disaggregated data on police training, on who's participated in China's diplomatic fora, and who's received surveillance technology. I would estimate that if you look across the surveillance technology provision and police training, that there are at least 100 countries around the world in the past decade that have gotten non-trivial domestic security assistance from the PRC. And I can provide some of that data in more detailed form if it's helpful to the Commission at any point. I would separate the recipients of Chinese domestic security assistance into two groups. One is a group of autocracies that are interested in obtaining these technologies and these tools for specifically authoritarian purposes to maintain their hold on political power. But there's a second group of countries, for example, some countries in Latin America, that are more interested simply in improving public safety and police capacity, for which China provides the only or the fastest or the cheapest assistance with this type of security need that's available from any great power. So the United States or our allies and partners, whether Australia, Japan, or others, might provide security assistance, but it's often fragmented, slow, or incomplete compared to what China can deliver. And so for elected officials who might want a quicker response, particularly on an electoral or other time frame, Chinese assistance can sometimes be preferable. And that's the group of countries that I referred to where the United States needs to think about whether and how it can reduce security force assistance to meet the legitimate non-traditional security needs of these countries that aren't very well served by the provision of high-end warfighting technology, because that's simply not the security challenge in question.
And what's the breakdown? You say 100 countries, which fit into which categories? How many?
I can get those numbers. Okay. I think. Yeah, let me, rather than give you something incorrect here, let me follow up and give you the precise numbers. It's different for surveillance versus police training, and I want to make sure I get you the accurate breakdown for each. There has been backlash on the provision of surveillance technology, particularly in democracies. So democracy does appear to have some real protective effects against the negative outcomes that can be associated with the introduction of Chinese surveillance technology. So it's important to note that the effects of this technology in particular are worse in autocracies than they are in democracies. So autocracy is a relevant distinguishing factor for recipient countries and what their citizens experience.
Okay, thank you. Just have a little bit of time, but I'd like to direct this question to Dr. Wishnik and Ms. Barr. It seems that in the last 2 or 3 years, China's behavior with respect to the other countries that we're referring to as part of this axis has been opportunistic, and that they have been happy to see, or maybe not happy, but they've taken advantage of conflicts that they didn't start in Ukraine and in the Middle East, and they appear to be benefiting from the continued percolation of those problems without having them boil over, and that there would be dangers if they escalated. That these conflicts distract and deflect the United States and disperse its military and intelligence resources. U.S. support for Israel, U.S. sanctions against Russia have complicated its relations with developing countries and so-called global South. These conflicts have been a test bed for concepts of operation and capabilities that China has been able to learn from. Is that an accurate assessment? Even if they didn't plan all of this, they seem to have been pretty adept at taking advantage of it. Dr. Wishnik?
That's an interesting point, and I agree to an extent. I think they do take advantage to see where they can benefit from U.S. and allied discomfort. But I should say that China has longstanding domestic interests at stake, too. So with North Korea, it's the border they share, trying to avoid some type of nuclear threat to northeastern China and a flow of migrants there. With respect to Iran, energy security is very important. Iran is the fourth largest provider of oil to China. And I think China now faces some difficult choices because South Korea is a major trading partner. And to the extent that China is seen as a tacit supporter of North Korean aid to Russia, this harms relations with South Korea. There's talk of a nuclear South Korea. And now that there's upheaval in Seoul, China can't really take advantage as it might have done. And with Iran, China tries to balance its energy ties with Iran and Saudi Arabia. And being too close to Iran would damage the really deepening relationship it has with Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Ms. Barr, just briefly, if you could.
I agree. The only thing I would add is that similarly in Europe, it's complicated immensely China's economic relations with Europe. And you've seen China in quite a difficult position trying as much as they can some diplomatic overtures in European capitals because of the implications of them being a decisive enabler of Russia's war in Ukraine.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brands.
Thank you. So I think Dr. Wishnik's point about relations between Russia and China predating the Ukraine war is well taken, but obviously many of these military relationships have flourished in the context of the Ukraine war, and they have developed in ways that many Western observers did not foresee in late 2021 or early 2022. And so if you're looking at Sino-Russian military cooperation in particular, what are potential next steps in that relationship that you think are plausible? And what are next steps that would particularly concern you in terms of their impact? And why don't we just start with Mr. Rinaldi, and then we can work our way down the panel.
Yeah, so I certainly think the Commission's focus on interoperability is wise. So we need to continue monitoring their joint exercises. China has started to participate in Russia's military region-level exercises. There is reports that they use, during some exercises, use a joint command system, but mainly, at least from what I've seen, is they can deconflict. So if the Chinese military is operating in one area and the Russian military is operating in an adjoining area, they won't fire on one another. But actual measures of interoperability or combined operations, that's something that we need to continue to monitor. Very, very briefly, in the Indo-Pacific, recently a Russian submarine showed up near the Filipino coast. And so I think that we need this idea of simultaneity, or even not separate wars, but a Russian vessel showing up in a sensitive area when there's already tension somewhere else, that could really distract our attention and strain our resources and logistics and our sensors. And so I think that at the level of cooperation that we're talking about today that exists at the present, the possibility of small distractions like that having large disproportionate consequences is very real.
Thanks. Ms. Barr?
I think the area I'm watching closely is their collaboration in non-geographically bounded domains, so specifically cyber and space. China and Russia recently, when they were have been very explicit about how joining together or closer engagement between Beidou and GLONASS will, quote, achieve mutual compatibility and data sharing between the two systems. So I think that is quite significant.
Thanks.
In addition to what's been mentioned, I would add joint production. There have been discussions about jointly producing heavy lift helicopters, Russian aid for a ballistic missile defense system, and perhaps assistance with submarine technology. That would be significant. But I think in terms of interoperability, I think that a question to ask is, for what purpose? Do they share foreign policy goals for which they would need interoperability? I think that's really important to document. And do they share information about their top concerns? So we have evidence that Putin was not very straightforward with Xi about the full-scale war in Ukraine, for example. I've heard reports that Russia refused to share information about events in Kazakhstan in January of 2022 with China. So the degree of information sharing seems relatively low. So if that were to change, that would be significant.
Thanks. Dr. Greitens?
Thanks. Both Russia and China have domestic surveillance industries that export their technologies globally, including to some overlapping countries. We don't have great data, particularly on the Russian global export of surveillance technology in terms of high-quality cross-national data, and it would be useful to understand where Russia and China are operating in the same places versus where countries are receiving surveillance technology from one or the other. With respect to the specific bilateral Russia and China partnership, both of these countries have fairly sophisticated intelligence and domestic security apparatuses on their own. I would be concerned if we see them exchanging lessons, but also if we saw increased evidence of either counter-infiltration or counterintelligence cooperation. I just don't, even if that occurs, I don't think we're likely to be able to observe it publicly. So I'm not optimistic that that's something that we would be able to observe, even if it does in fact occur, in which case it would be important to know.
Thanks very much.
Commissioner Kuiken.
Thank you. The other day, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal or Financial Times, there was a report about the Chinese having a number of ships off the coast of Australia. Be interested in your reactions on that. I noted in your opening statements there was a lot of talk about their blue water navy and sort of how they think about this. As we evaluate the possibility of a Taiwan conflict during the next, say, 4 years, or the possibility of one, how should we think about China's use of its navy, one, to project power, and then two, to sort of influence events as that sort of scenario plays out? And then the second thing, I would love to hear you, all four of you, by the way, all these are for all the panel. Commissioner Friedberg might get upset at the time, though. The opportunities for collaboration across the axis on military deception operations and how they think about this space and whether or not they're prepared to do cooperation in that space. So let's go from TV to Jake.
Great, thank you. I'll be brief. One of the principal ways in which these adversaries can pose problems for the United States is simply by engaging in operations that require U.S. time, attention, and resources to monitor and keep track of. And so distributing U.S. leadership and attention and resourcing across multiple theaters of operation and across the world is itself an advantage that having multiple actors in different parts of the world can generate, that is useful to them by leading to a diversion or a watering down of U.S. attention and ability. With respect to the Pacific specifically, the Pacific Islands have been a key area where China has offered internal security as assistance, as a form of outreach and partnership and presence building. It now has an internal security policing forum with many of the Pacific Island nations. And the United States and Australia, I believe, should partner and think about how to provide security assistance in that part of the world that, again, meets the legitimate needs of these countries and allows them to be less vulnerable to potential Chinese influence and future coercion. Thanks.
Thank you.
I thought we were going the other way. Okay. So I think the China-Russia partnership enters in here because to the extent that there's a stable border between Russia and China, China can focus on developing its blue water navy. In this respect, I think we should pay more attention to what they're doing in the Antarctic. I think Russia and China are trying to change the regime that governs that region, and we need to be more mindful of that. And following what Sheena said, we have to do a better job of combating China's influence operations in the South Pacific. Their narratives that they use their media to promote to make sure that we have countering narratives about security and development.
To add on to what's just been said before, I think with regards to the Blue Water Navy, I think this is a means for China to project power not just regionally, but also globally. And we're seeing this in terms of a significant shipbuilding effort. Overseas exercises also help, even if they are not particularly sophisticated, as with the trilateral exercises with Iran. The fact that just by virtue of where they are geographically, enables China to get exposure to long range exercises but then finally, in the point I want to raise is ports. So China has invested heavily in strategically located ports all over the world, including along the Straits of Hormuz. And I think this is a significant development, particularly given their relative absence of overseas bases, apart from Djibouti and a few others. The PLA that may therefore choose to rely on commercial access points that have that are deep enough to extend its operational reach beyond the first island chain.
So a great series of questions. I think when we're talking about cooperation first, the Arctic becomes relevant, right? So China has invested in Russian ports and new icebreakers to try to gain access to the Arctic, which could save 10 or 11 days on trade to Europe. So it's relevant as well because China has also invested in a port in northeastern North Korea, Rason, which is the northernmost ice-free port in Asia, right? So if they're able to get that connectivity, they're also able to access the Arctic passageway. That sort of cooperation becomes very, very relevant. In terms of the Blue Water Navy, right now, I think in a Taiwan contingency, the thing that we need to keep in mind is a blockade scenario, right? Because this is a major distinction with what we've seen in Ukraine, where we were able to get them supplies across a very big land border. Whereas if we reach a protracted war scenario where the Taiwanese are able to fight and have the will to fight, getting resources in will become very, very difficult with China's naval resources. In terms of global operations and this idea of projecting power, they are conducting increasingly sophisticated exercises. I'd note a recent exercise in Tanzania where there were some forces from the CMC JOC, the Joint Logistics Support Forces there. But China's theater command system is really designed off of regional contingencies at this point, and they would struggle with global operations of a large scale, right? And I'll also note that there is a lot of reports and there are ongoing Chinese negotiations for overseas basing, and they do have a base in Djibouti. But in a global contingency with the US, those bases would be the first to be targeted, right? So I think as we see the reports of them negotiating in this way as a long-term goal, we also have to recognize that it makes them very vulnerable in a conflict contingency with those sorts of assets.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you all for your testimonies. We've spent most of this hearing focused on areas of convergence between China and these three other allies. I'd like to turn it around and focus on potential stress points. The first being the Arctic. It's a topic that most of us weren't following closely 5 years ago, but may be a very big issue 5 to 10 years in the future. I know some of you have mentioned this in your testimony explicitly. I'd like to hear your thoughts in the Arctic. Second would be North Korea, whether it's North Korean troops fighting in Ukraine or whether it's Russia's provision of certain military components that perhaps China or others wouldn't feel comfortable them necessarily getting. If each of you could address this question down the panel, either one or both issues as you feel comfortable, perhaps starting with Dr. Chestnut Grego.
Thanks. I'll focus on the China-North Korea question. I think that China continues to have an interest in stability in North Korea and in maximizing influence over activities by Pyongyang that could be detrimental to regime security and stability in China itself. One of the things that we've seen recently, there's a lot of debate over the current status of the China-North Korea relationship, whether China is unhappy with tightening North Korea-Russia relations, or whether their relationship remains on relatively good footing. I don't have any sort of particularly privileged information to share on that, but I will say that there have been reports of provincial level cooperation on internal security, including, for example, monitoring flows of North Korean defectors or the NGOs and advocates that assist them. That is something that both North Korea and China consider destabilizing. And so that's an area of very limited, targeted internal security cooperation that might matter much more to these two regimes in question, but doesn't necessarily have an impact on the military balance or military calculations in Northeast Asia. It has a great deal of importance for human rights and human security for the people of North Korea and their families on the Korean Peninsula. So those are areas where I think we potentially see some cooperation that may take place, again, largely unseen, that is a high priority for the regimes in question, but has relatively limited impact on the military balance.
These are great questions. We could have a hearing on each one of them, I think. In terms of the Arctic, this is a region that's crucial to the Russian economy, to its identity, and Russia insists on being the gateway to its own Arctic resources and waterways. And China chafes a little bit at that, having to pay for Russian icebreaker support and so on. Though Russia does want China as a customer for its resources there and wants Chinese investment. These investments have not proceeded unimpeded because we have had sanctions and there's been some hesitation on the Chinese part in some ways. And Russia also wants not to depend exclusively on China in this sensitive region, has been looking at other potential investors. So it's a region to watch to see the extent of the partnership between Russia and China. In terms of North Korea, I see a downturn in China's relations with North Korea. It's not clear if this is because of the Russia-North Korea relationship or because of factors in their relationship. And one interesting thing is that China wants access to the Tumen River, which would give it access to the Sea of Japan, and North Korea, Russia, and China have yet to come to an agreement about this. They've mentioned it several times in agreements, no progress so far.
I'll speak to the second question. Historically, in particular in the Cold War, China has had some adverse experiences with its allies, two of which, Russia and North Korea, are current partners. And I've speculated a bit in my testimony and in other research that these adverse historical experiences may be part of the reason why Chinese leaders are very reluctant to form formal alliances with other states. Of course, it doesn't mean that they're partnerships aren't significant, but nevertheless, that may be a constraining factor. And I think, therefore, the fact that Russia has in recent months signed 2 treaties with North Korea and Iran North Korea with essentially a mutual defense clause, and with Iran, no mutual defense clause, but nevertheless a significant step up in commitments to security and defense cooperation. I would speculate that China may be rather concerned because of the fact that these are relationships that are developing bilaterally, where that may mean a loosening of Chinese leverage and control over the directions that these relationships and these states go.
So I've been trying to track China's reaction to these deepening North Korea-Russia relations. And I can say that from the academic communities in China, authoritative academics, there has been some pushback, and they're concerned that we're seeing a growing political mobilization among U.S. allies, but the central government response has been very, very minimal. Right? There has been this lack of an agreement on the Tumen River access, but the only things I've seen is North Korea's Victory Day, where they celebrate their perceived victory in the Korean War. China had a separate kind of ceremony. They didn't send an official delegation, right? And then commemorating China's entrance into the Korean War, where usually there's a joint kind of celebration, it was also separate. So there's a lot of tea leaf reading on China being upset with this, but I've seen nothing overt whatsoever, which I think speaks to, if not durability, at least tolerance by China of what we're seeing. Because China does have a lot of leverage on both of these players, but I think there's recognition in Beijing that, the North Korea-China border is 300 miles from the capital, Beijing, right? There's very sensitive partners, and it doesn't want to turn these partners into hostile relationships. In the Arctic, I would say that Russia has accepted significant Chinese investments. It knows that China is its only kind of option, but also this is a very deep relationship where some of the things we're talking about, like 2017, they announced Russia was assisting with China's strategic warning capability, right? These are very sensitive areas of cooperation. And there's also a personal aspect where both these leaders have said, we have a very good friendship, right? So I would say that while I'm sure there are Russian concerns about Chinese, encroaching on their sensitive areas, it's a quite deep relationship at this point. And so I think we need to make sure we're not, we're not drawing limits that aren't necessarily there.
Thank you. Commissioner Price.
Thank you, and thank you all for your testimony. Dr. Wishnik, I want to start with you and the countering disinformation line of thinking. Can you talk more about the extent of that cooperation? And then you also have a pretty detailed recommendation on that, but I'm even wondering if we do enough in that sphere. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, thank you for that question. I think this is really an area to watch further, especially as China develops its own digital Silk Road and seems to make digital presence more of a key feature of its own international behavior. I think that this is an area of Russian-Chinese cooperation we've seen become much more important since the full-scale war in Ukraine. So before we saw a certain amount of emulation in terms of the restrictions that the two countries could impose on their digital environment in terms of their recommendations at the UN on internet sovereignty and so on. And they were each focused on emulating the other's tools for their own state interests. But since 2022, we've seen some joint messaging. For example, the issue of the fake biolabs, U.S. biolabs in Ukraine, that was a joint messaging effort by both China and Russia. And there was evidence of an agreement between the Russian Ministry of Digital Development and China's National Radio and Television Administration on joint production of content. And so this has led to multiple platforms cooperating from the Russian and Chinese side to create these anti-Western narratives or anti-U.S. narratives that can be used in multiple environments. And this also could involve AI and more technological cooperation as well. So this is an area where we have been following, and so my recommendations are specific because I think we have a lot of great tools, and it would be so wonderful if we continued to use them because they've been effective, as we've seen from the reactions of Russians and Chinese to some of these outlets like Radio Liberty and Radio Free Europe or the NED, AID. They've been complaining ceaselessly about the impact of these organizations, which leads me to believe that they have been successful in some ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barr, you talked about Iran possibly wanting a closer relationship with China than they have. Is there something that would trigger China to change their posture and welcome that stronger relationship?
I think at this stage unlikely, and that's because China has, in economic terms, more developed relationships with its Gulf partners. And so even though Tehran, I think, would ideally, as the analysts said, want a much closer military relationship with China and others, I don't think China is willing to give too much because otherwise that would jeopardize its relationship with, for example, Saudi Arabia. It's important to note, for example, that though Iran had and China became strategic cooperative partners in 2016, Saudi Arabia and China became strategic cooperative partners in 2016 as well, 3 days before Iran. And so China does play this delicate balancing game in the region, and I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Terrific. Anyone else want to answer?
Can I make one small point about Iran? We had a study at CNA on Russia-Iran relations and brought in the China angle. And from what I saw, Iran has some mixed feelings about China also because they fear overwhelming influence by China. And this strategic partnership agreement took many years to negotiate because of some resistance and hesitation on Iran's part.
If I may just hop in and add, absolutely. And not just that, I think, something that all of these states are united by is they're all nationalistic in a certain way. And Iranian nationalism has been quite significant, particularly regarding its relationship with Russia, where after a significant pushback, Russia had to pull out of where it was had a joint base in Iran and was using that to conduct airstrikes in Syria. And that sort of swell of nationalism actually pushed Russia out. And a similar, there's similar factors are at play also with China. So that's a significant part of it as well, yeah.
I think both panelists are spot on when we're talking about the agencies of the other partners, but we're also talking about diplomatically and economically isolated states. I mean, in the case of North Korea, I'm sure they would welcome Chinese conventional military assistance, for instance. They're operating some really, really old equipment. And I think that all these examples, in the Iranian case, they would welcome more Chinese investments as well. And I think it shows Chinese restraint and hedging, and I think particularly relevant to U.S.-China ties as well, right? So if they perceive the U.S.-China relationship getting worse and worse and conflict being inevitable, I think that's when you would see some of the things that you're talking about, a deeper relationship and some of those more outrageous requests, being granted on Beijing's part.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. Excellent discussion, and appreciate your contributions. Out of all the things that potentially concern me about these four countries getting together, I always sort of come back to our main competitor, long-term strategic competitor, and therefore what concerns me most is what out of this could make the PLA better? What can they learn? How can they improve? And this is like maybe drilling down a little further on Commissioner Brand's important question about what's next. What is it about the set of known contingencies that we're planning for? What are the gaps that the PLA has that any of these relationships can help them address and improve? I think primarily it's from Russia, but I could be missing something as well. Is there anything related to Taiwan, East China Sea, South China Sea contingencies where they have gaps, something they lack that they can derive or extract from these relationships?
That's an excellent question. I think that as Jake mentioned earlier, that China is mining the conflict in Ukraine for information how that it could apply to these contingencies. And so the use of information in conflict has been one that they've been monitoring very carefully, because if you have alternative information systems, then you can't isolate Taiwan as easily. That's one thing. The use of information warfare and lawfare. I mean, China has this idea of the three warfares, and so how successful was Russia in that? What could China do differently? And I think just looking at the type of battle experience that Russia has been waging, because it's been both very modern and very traditional, and might not have been the kind of warfare that China was thinking it would need. And then the gray zone activities. I think definitely we've seen a lot more cable cutting around the area. How do those kinds of deniable actions fit into a scenario where a conflict could not be declared but kind of sneak up on the participants? So definitely a lot of food for thought for the PLA.
I think, Dr. Greidens, did you put up a yellow hand, virtual hand, or whatever that was?
I did, Commissioner. Thank you. Let me be brief. It's an important question. I think that there are three main areas where this could contribute to China's military and also just whole of government preparation for an ability to withstand a Taiwan or other contingency that affects their risk calculus about entering that kind of contingency in the first place. So the first one is the one that we just touched on, the lessons that China has drawn from the conflict in Ukraine, diplomatic, political, information operations, as well as military lessons. The second is that these partnerships allow China to address some of its longer term or sort of security vulnerabilities if you use that comprehensive definition of security that Xi Jinping has promulgated and kind of told the party state that it has to reckon with. So things like food security, things like economic security, financial security, the ability to withstand sanctions. These are things that China's having a wider range of partners, even informal and flexible, contribute to its overall resilience and therefore to the calculation that the costs of an operation might be lower than they might think. And then the third is one that came up briefly earlier, which is the issue of either simultaneity. So partners could engage in low-level provocations that nonetheless distract or distribute U.S. attention and resources, or just strategic distraction, forcing the United States to plan for a broad range of scenarios rather than focusing on specific contingencies and being able to train more narrowly and specifically for those. So by making the conflict landscape more complex and having to account for multiple adversaries or multiple actors in any conflict scenario, the planning becomes a lot more complex and a lot harder for DoD and the interagency to do well.
Thank you. If the chair would permit, are there other thoughts on the same topic?
Sure. So I think learning about Russia-Ukraine war has come up a lot in terms of the PLA. I'll point out one conventional example that I don't think is talked about enough. The China Land Power Studies Center, the organization I work at, recently conducted a study on China's integration of energy-directed weapons, right, laser weapons, to target drones. I think from the Ukraine conflict, they've realized how important drones have been. And so you'll see a lot of development, deployment, acquisition of these newer systems as a result of that learning. In the nuclear space, I brought up just briefly the strategic warning capability that Russia is reportedly assisting with, right? So that has huge implications for China's nuclear policy, whereas traditionally China had a no first use nuclear doctrine, which meant they would only fire if they were being fired on. If they now have a system where they're basing their own launches on incoming, like a warning system. I mean, that system could be flawed, number one. We also don't know how it would impact the command and control of their nuclear arsenal, so that's huge. And then we've talked about simultaneity, but in a protracted war scenario, if we are able to reach some sort of stalemate in any of the contingencies that we're talking about, those partners, their more exquisite systems, their precision munitions, for instance, become more and more important, right? Because magazine depth, as we've seen, is hugely important. And so if China, for instance, uses its conventional missile arsenal and, or even conventional artillery, right? North Korea has ramped up its artillery production around the clock to supply Russia. And that has been hugely influential, right, on facilitating Russian operations and endurance and sustainment. So those are some elements.
Commissioner Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is getting pretty heavy, so I thought maybe we'd lighten things up a little bit and talk about nuclear annihilation. I would love to hear from each of you any thoughts that you might have on, as we look at this axis of autocracy, this group of nations, any policy divergences in nuclear doctrine, or non-proliferation policies, or cooperation, or anything among this group of nations in the nuclear sphere that might be worth our consideration. Maybe we start with you, Dr. Rinaldi.
Sure. I'll keep to China-North Korea relations for now because I just talked about the strategic warning capability. So I noted in my written testimony that China has supplied not necessarily the missiles themselves, but some very, very important dual-use goods for North Korea's ICBMs. One of those was an 8-axle advanced military vehicle that the North Koreans were able to turn into a transporter erector launcher. Essentially, we don't need kind of a stationary launch point for our missiles. Now they're road mobile. And that's hugely impactful because when you're able to move your nukes, you can also hide them, right? And they become more survivable. And so China has provided a number of these sorts of vehicles. North Korea also has a new multiple rocket launcher system with apparently a new guidance system, and China also provided the transporter erector for that as well. So again, we're talking about the survivability of North Korean systems. And then, it's important to state that North Korea has a really, really old conventional arsenal. It has put all of its focus and that sort of indigenous innovation capability into its nuclear arsenal. So any conflict on the Korean Peninsula, I mean, they would have to rely on their nuclear arsenal, right? And so China has in part facilitated that transition by the black market activity and the sanctions that we talked about in the second panel. And also, their initial ballistic missile technology, that all came with Chinese assistance in training. And so I hope that answers.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. Ms. Barr, I don't know if you have anything to add on that or on Iran specifically, maybe?
I can add on Iran. So my colleagues and I found that Chinese state-owned enterprises have been actively involved in the development of Iran's aluminium mining industry, and documents relating to that, and then as well as comments from an Iranian official we found suggest that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has used this Chinese-owned refinery to produce aluminium powder in support of its missile program. It's not clear whether this was done with China's consent or whether this was, in other words, whether the Islamic Revolutionary Guard went behind his back and were using, taking advantage of this for their own purposes. But that's one thing on that. The other thing I'll just draw your attention to is the recent treaty between Russia and Iran, which does have a clause about Russia providing support to Iran's, quote, peaceful use of nuclear energy, including the construction of nuclear energy facilities. So, read into that what you will.
Ms. Wishnik?
I would say that I have three kind of not unconnected comments. One has to do with Kazakhstan. I think Kazakhstan is becoming important to the Chinese nuclear sector. They have agreements for their power sector so far, and Russia is also involved in this connection. Kazakhstan is often seen as a way to de-risk from Russia-involved sources of uranium, but Russia is very involved in Kazakhstan's uranium sector, as is China. So it's a complicated sector there. Second point has to do with Chinese concerns about nuclear escalation. As a result of the war in Ukraine, China has made a series of statements saying that this essentially is its bottom line, that there should not be nuclear threats, attacks on nuclear power plants. And I think that reflects some concern about a future scenario. Would Chinese power plants be targeted or something like that? And the third point has to do with arms control. We know nuclear arms control has collapsed. But before that, China was resistant to participating in it. And Russia was not that happy about that. Because as China's own arsenal develops, this could create some long-term issues for Russia. And so that's an area to watch in the future, how they manage as China develops its own nuclear arsenal. Where does it put its missiles, and how does Russia react to all of it?
Thank you all. My time's up. I'll yield back.
Okay, do other commissioners have questions? Commissioner Price?
Dr. Rinaldi, one of your recommendations deals with Congress should support diplomatic initiatives to reshape the trajectory of U.S.-China relations. Can you expand on that a bit? You have some examples, but what you think isn't being done, or what you think, how they might be hindering conversations. Can you expand on that a bit more?
Sure. I mean, the example that I had in mind is particularly related to Taiwan. Mm-hmm. So I think that in addition to the need to provide for deterrence by punishment, deterrence by denial, right? So providing for Taiwan's defense, I also think it's important that we don't give Beijing the impression that we are pushing or supporting outright Taiwanese independence, right? Because that, I think, will move them closer and closer to the states that we're discussing today. And so I think the diplomatic initiatives I have in mind, things that will allow us to engage in crisis communications with the Chinese are very important. So more hotlines between our COCOM commanders and Chinese commanders of their theater commands. But also on this Taiwan piece, it's very important that we are very explicit that we're not outright supporting Taiwan independence, because that, I think, will move them closer to the countries we're talking about today, and also closer to conflict.
And do you think that members of Congress are just using rhetoric to make certain points, or are you sensing there's an issue where they're pushing back? I'm not really sure in terms of Congress. where you see the issue?
Well, I recently, it's come up in the past couple of days that the State Department kind of readout on China and our position on Taiwan independence has been taken down. I guess in Congress's role in overseeing these sorts of things or providing counsel on these sorts of things, I think it's just very important that we watch this as a Chinese red line, right? And I think that would have transformative effect on Beijing's perception and their kind of that hedging strategy that we're talking about, because they have engaged in a lot of restraint in all the relationships we're talking about today. They could very easily supply North Korea with very explicit conventional arsenals. They could very easily invest billions of dollars into the Iranian economy. They could have supplied Russia with much more conventional weapon systems than they have, and so I think recognizing that they're hedging and we need to give them more reasons to hedge and not engage with these bad actors is mainly the point of that recommendation.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And then if I have another minute or two to everybody, you've, again, put together some great recommendations and thinking that we can then discuss among ourselves in terms of what we present to members of Congress in the coming months. But is there any recommendation that you didn't get to or you didn't get to have a few seconds to talk about that you'd like to take the opportunity and review? And the answer could be no, but I just wanted to give you that opportunity. Oh.
Ma'am, I'll offer one that I touched on very briefly in the end of my oral testimony, and that is that China is actively working to reshape global security governance in ways that marginalizes U.S. leadership and U.S. influence. And the United States has some areas in which it probably does not want to try to compete with China as a security provider. I don't think we should be making authoritarian states better at repression. And we have domestic laws and ethical considerations that keep us from doing that for very good reason. But there is a broad swath of countries in the developing world that I mentioned earlier that have legitimate security concerns and demands around non-traditional security and public safety, and the United States is poorly organized and poorly resourced to provide good solutions to those kinds of security needs. And in the absence of alternatives, countries are turning to China. So China has an opening to reshape global security architecture in ways that disadvantage the United States and to put China at a pole position. Because the United States is poorly organized and resourced to engage in this type of asymmetric security competition. And so, Congress has a role, not the sole role, maybe not even the leading role in reorganizing the interagency for this type of asymmetric security competition. But anything the Commission can do to draw attention to and press members of Congress to ask the executive branch about how they're dealing with this challenge of China's effort to rewrite global security governance and global security architecture is an important step and an important input to the policy process. Thank you.
Really helpful. Thank you.
Great. Commissioners, Commissioner Miller?
This is a bit technical, but I was hoping one of you might be able to answer it. We've talked about interoperability. We've talked about weapon sales. I'm curious how advanced China's jet fighter making might be without Russia's assistance. China currently produces a variant of the Sukhoi 27 and 30. Are they able to, without Russian assistance, produce more advanced jets? Will they be able to going forward if for some reason there were a divergence of interest between Russia and China? Perhaps Dr. Rinaldi could start and anyone else can contribute.
No, I can get back to you on that question.
Okay. Anyone else interested?
I can say something about engines. Engines have been the weak point in China's aviation industry, and so even though they build planes, they tend to get certain parts from Russia for these engines, and also training has been a weak point in terms of pilots. So it's true that China makes more and more of its own systems, but there are certain key components that China does not do as well. And another study we had at CNA looked at how China was supporting the Russian war effort, And what China does not do as well is the machine tools needed to build weapons. And so if China was cut off from international suppliers, that would be difficult for China's weapons industries in general. And may I just add one thing to what Sheena said on the previous question in terms of recommendations? I think Central Asia is an area to look at in terms of a region where China is trying to expand its security influence, and the U.S. has not been very active. And some countries have been, in that region, have been uncomfortable with the digital connections with China, which require their data to be kept in Chinese servers. And so I think they would welcome a lot more U.S. engagement in a variety of areas in terms of information technologies. I mentioned Coast Guard support in my testimony and other areas.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Okay. With that in closing, thank you all to our witnesses for your excellent testimonies today. You can find these testimonies as well as a recording of the hearing on our website, uscc.gov. I'd like to note that the Commission's next hearing will take place on Thursday, March 20th, focused on China, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Islands. And with that, we are adjourned.